We had a long conversation at lunch. Is this the point where we would like to talk about what the committee likes to do, where we want to go, and how we're going to do it? Personally, I'm thinking that Dr. Caldwell, did you wish to speak?
Mr. Chairman, I just wanted to see if you and the co-chairman and the select committee wanted me to give you some updates, or I'm happy to wait as well.
Yes, please do.
Yes, sir. Mr. Chairman, and members of the select committee, we were here with you on August the 14th. We've had a couple of we had one special meeting and then a regular commission meeting since that time. A few things that I wanted to just go over and give you some updates that I think will help answer several of the questions that were posed during the conversation prior to lunch. So just as a reminder, we did provide an update to you on the process or the processes for both annexation and formation of a district. So those are still available on your August the 14th, I think it was the 14th meeting, and I can provide those to you as well. It tries to really lay out what is a very complicated process, as you heard from Ms. Seeger, into a refined kind of overview process. Just a clarification on the annexation process, the 4 mills on that is variable. That is in 2118-310. We did check with the Attorney General's office to see if within our rules we could include a proportional board representation in relation to the number of mills. And we were given the indication that that would not be appropriate because that would be mixing governance with taxation. It's certainly something that you could do. However, it was not something that we would be able to do within our administrative rules. So the proportion of the board is based on county population, but there would be the ability for them to, in annexation, to administer any amount of the mills up to 4, but it could be 1, 2, 3, that kind of thing. The second one that I wanted to just bring up is the topic of the service areas. This actually did come up a little bit in the August the 14th meeting. We did follow up on that, thanks to the good work of Michael Swank, so we could find out exactly where that came to be in the statutes. That process is within the commission approval and to change a service area, and that was enacted from the 1991 Omnibus Act. We don't have any emergency rules or draft regular rules to do that. So we will be proceeding with implementing a petition for a change of service areas. And that will be in our February or April meeting. We do not have an application right in front of us, so we do want to move into the draft process. The only thing, the main consideration in that, and that was within the initial legislation, is any change to a service area would have to be with an accredited existing district. So hopefully that's helpful. We didn't want to do that before then because we want to make sure that the emergency rules are moving forward, that are allowing Campbell County to move forward in this process along with the draft regular rules. So we don't want anything to impede that when we don't have an urgent issue at the moment. And so that kind of covers the annexation questions and the service area questions that I think came up. I do want to go over some of the details because I think it'll be very helpful to pull a lot of the great information you've already had today. We did hold a special meeting. We had a very intensive workshop on August 27th, And then the commission took action to adopt those emergency rules on the 28th of August, and we held that in Casper. You can review those emergency rules. They really lay out how 310 and 312, which is the formation of a district, would be implemented. And those emergency rules are based on what had been in place before. And so in particular, the 310 and 312, so I'm referring to 2118-310 annexation and 2118-312 formation of a district. And they were based on prior emergency rules implemented in 1984-85 when Campbell County first applied. And that actually was moved forward to the Wyoming Supreme Court, and that process was solidified in the court. And then again, in 1991-92, after the Omnibus Act had enacted also the service areas, and then required legislative approval. I believe it occurred at that time. We don't know why those rules disappeared, but what we know is that we needed them and when Campbell County was coming forward and had a desire to implement that process, that was our responsibility to make sure there was a pathway to move forward. So when we did adopt them, they were almost the same with a little bit of difference, primarily related to some modernization and moving out some components that wouldn't really be appropriate for the county commission related to structuring of a new college district. That would really be for an elected board should the process proceed to the point of an election, and Campbell County was to do that. So we had a slight variation in that, but I think it moves forward rather smoothly from that. We did the application, as you heard Ms. Seeger reference, is provided for in statute and was a part of that 1985 application. The application was very similar from then in many ways, but it was updated to the current statutory language as well as the Higher Learning Commission processes. What we wanted to make sure is that anything that we move forward, should the application be approved at the commission, at the legislators, at the legislature, and with the voters, that we didn't set up a structure that would unintentionally impede a college moving forward with accreditation as smoothly and quickly as possible. Higher Learning Commission actually came to our, they did provide a presentation at that August meeting so that they could go over what that was like and that they had in fact vetted that application so that it would not unintentionally create a monkey wrench in Campbell County potentially moving forward, or any district for that matter. We have to do it for any potential application we would receive. And then you heard from WICHE and SHEO and ECS this morning. We did subcontract with this type of very comprehensive needs assessment survey that needs to be able to look at the local level, the regional level, the state level, and how did this fit within the national context, with a level of expertise that is just not available in many entities. So we did contract with WICHE, knowing that they are within the state statutes and have an obligation to the state of Wyoming to look at that through a comprehensive lens. So that survey is in place. You heard about that as well, that there's a lot of activity going on. They have to look for the educational soundness for a college in the district, the need for another college in the state, the fiscal ability to support at the local and state level. I know that was one of the questions that was asked earlier. And it is a part of that, the analysis on the funding impacts at both the local and the state level are a part of that effort. So we'll be looking at what does that mean locally? What does that potentially mean after the accreditation process and there's the eligibility for state funding? What does that mean for major maintenance? What does that mean for capital construction? What does that mean in terms of the computing system that is funded through the commission through legislative appropriations? So all of that is a part of that analysis that we're working on. So on the county side and the college side, they're looking at what will this potentially cost initially? What will it cost over time? And then we're looking at, and what does that mean overall in light of many considerations for the state need? And I'll speak on those in just a moment. A part of that is the public hearings. We did implement public hearings, and you heard Mr. Palmer talk about that in his presentation. We did host one last Saturday in Gillette. So we were right where Senator Wasserberger is right now, and he joined us for that. So thank you for joining us for that. And I think Senator Von Flateren was also there as well, which was very nice to have them there. And then we also hosted one in Riverton on Wednesday, day before yesterday. And I do want to personally thank the Campbell County folks in the task force, because they made that trip to Riverton, which I think was very important, so that they could share the Campbell County context. The presentation that you saw today from Mr. Palmer, that was a part of the public hearings, and that is actually available on the commission website, along with the guiding questions that the commission asked, really to get conversation moving and to ensure that anyone that wanted to speak had the venue and opportunity to do so within the context of the application. Please note, all of you should have received that notice. We did send that to the LSO to make sure all legislators did receive notice of that. Public comment period is open through the 23rd of October. So anyone that wants to provide a comment to the commission can do so. It's right on the commission homepage to make it as simple as possible. Comments can be typed in, attachments can be provided, and then we'll make sure to redact personally identifying information for those individuals concerned about disclosure. So that's all moving forward. The information from WICHE, I have an update on that. Date is November the 6th. They are to provide all of the information to us on November the 6th. It is a very tight timeline, but they're moving forward. They're doing a whole lot of work because they know this is so central to the state of Wyoming, and for the commissioners to be able to make an objective determination based on the comprehensive information that is there. I will share with you that the commissioners are taking this very seriously. And it is a balancing act, as you heard from Mary Fulton this morning from Education Commission of the States, looking at local needs. You heard very passionately from Campbell County, the statutory requirements that the legislature has for the community colleges, the impact statewide. As you know, we are also in the middle of a sustainable funding work group, and I will provide a report on that. How might all of that factor into it? And then the state priorities, post-secondary educational attainment is a big factor, and the data on that was also provided during the public hearing, because that impacts long-term economic vitality of the state. The common transfer and transfer process, I see the chairman of the Education Committee is here, and that's certainly a factor because of the attainment work for sure. The SLEDs, and then of course the demographics of the state of Wyoming and how to help leverage all the work that's going on. So I will share their enrollment reports were just updated publicly. Those are on the commission website. It goes through every county in the state and where their students are derived from. and what counties, what districts they attend. And then it also highlights within the service area as well. We provided that. And then looking at the overall funds and tuition, and I'll talk about that at the next section of our information for you. But that gives you an update of the comprehensive nature of the process and where it is, and hopefully answers some of the questions around service areas, annexation, and then the process for formation of a district. Lastly, I would say we are seeking guidance and clarification on the 4 mills. We believe there's a prior Attorney General opinion on that. And Senator Rebout, you may remember this certainly better than I do, but I have the Attorney General looking for that on some prior work groups that occurred in '99 and in, I think, the 2008 task force. So we're seeking, everybody needs to know the information to that. What does that mean? In 21-18-205, A1 and 2, it does not allow for any state funding, general fund, until the 4 mills are assessed, but until the accreditation is received. Can they have a lesser amount? We're trying to get a good answer to that because I think that's very important for everyone to know. And Chairman, that's I think that gives a good summary very quickly. I tried to go fast, and I'm happy to answer any follow-up questions that I can.
Okay, questions for Dr. Caldwell? And Senator Landon.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. And Sandy, I appreciate lots of information there. I want to go back to something that confused me a little bit. It's probably just the post-lunch thing. Regarding a request by a K through 12 school district to align itself differently with our district structure in the college system. I thought I heard you say that you're going to try to develop an application for that would appear in the spring. My question is, was there any talk on the commission of making that a more robust look at the districts that exist today versus when they were drawn up? Because our state has changed quite a bit. And I thought there was some good testimony this morning, which might be worth consideration. Was there a broader conversation there, or is it just going to result in this application?
Dr. Caldwell.
Mr. Chairman, Senator Landon, that's a great question. And I'm going to go back to just a couple of things. Right now, it is for the petition for a change of service area. And that would provide for what you just brought up. Now, it was not a conversation for a wholesale relook at that. And the reason why is because the way the service areas were structured did come from legislation. And that was in the 1991 omnibus. And Mr. Swank had provided some really great information around that when he talked about the white paper and when those came to be. So the focus wasn't for a wholesale consideration of restructuring that, but it was within the commission's purview that for the existing service areas to create a process should there need to be, or a desire to change the service areas. We need to make sure that there is a process for that in place. There's a second part to that, however, Senator Landon and members of the committee, that I think is important to note is that we do frequently have school districts who have dual and concurrent courses and programs in colleges that are not within their service area. And it generally has to do with, and primarily has to do with the uniqueness of the programs. So for example, Western Wyoming Community College does not have a culinary arts program. And so the dual and concurrent courses related in their service area are delivered by agreement by one of the other colleges. So it does address the ability to provide that service where they don't have those courses and programs. And Eastern's a great example with their ag programs in their vet tech, for example, which is you would only need maybe one or two of those in the state. Does that help?
Any further questions for Dr. Caldwell? Representative Freeman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would just caution when you put together those procedures that there is some sort of baffle, because what in my old job, basically we would have schools that were upset at what the colleges had to have. And in my 9-year tenure at Western, we had community colleges that were giving scholarships to students that were in our service area. And then all of a sudden what happens is they wanted to change their affiliation from Western to the college that was granting scholarships. So we don't want this, at least I don't want this to become almost like you're selling Tupperware and who's going to get the best deal and who you're going to reduce tuition for this, or you're going to waive fees or all that other kind of stuff, to where that I believe one of the strongest things, positive things about Wyoming's system is there's competition between the colleges, but that has to be a legitimate competition, to where that it isn't cutthroat. So with that as a fair warning, I'll be quiet.
Further questions for Dr. Caldwell? Yes,
Mr. Chairman, I have one. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Sandy, you said that under the current statutes, and I can't remember the one you referred to, but that in order for a new district to be formed, it was mandatory that they had to institute the 4 mills. But I also know, and I heard earlier, that we can implement up to 4 mills. So there's a conflicting thoughts there. So which is it?
Mr. Chairman, Senator Bebout, those have to do with the formation of a district compared to the ability to receive any sort of general fund appropriations. This is what we want to get better resolution on. We do think there was a prior Attorney General opinion on that, and we're trying to get a better answer on that. So let me be specific, and I will cite these, and I can provide a little bit of a summary document to LSO if you would like. In statutes 2118-205A2, and actually it also does in 304A4. Can't believe I know those off the top of my head. Those two, in fact, say that they cannot receive any general fund appropriations from the state of Wyoming unless they assess the full 4 mills. It is in 312 that it says not to exceed 4 mills for formation of a district. However, once the board is in place, they can then opt to do the optional 5th mill, and then within the BOCES, the additional mills related to the BOCES. So there's actually a sequence in that. The question is, prior to receiving state funds, in that interim time, as you heard them talk about this morning, while they're building their internal capacity and getting their accreditation, can they assess fewer than 4 mills? Because that's the question that we have. It says not to exceed, but then it's the 4th and the 5th mill, and it cannot receive state funding unless there is the 4 mills. So we're trying to get some clarification on that specific topic. It is not clear, and we understand there's a prior opinion on it.
Dr. Caldwell. Any further questions for Dr. Caldwell? I guess my question, Mr. Co-Chairman, Representative Nicholas.
Sandy, would you walk through again what the requirements are on accreditation, the timing and the process of that, what they have to do? And then during that accreditation process, if this program is approved by the legislature and by the commission and by vote, then can it operate under the auspices of Sheridan Community College?
Mr. Chairman, you're both muted.
Okay, do I got to start over?
Maybe about halfway through, Co-Chairman Nicholas.
Okay. So, yeah, could you please walk me through this accreditation process? How long it's going to take? And then during that process, can they continue to operate through the assistance of from Sheridan? Once it's been approved legislatively through the commission and through the vote. And so we understand the timing of this, and if it's a long time, then what we may be able to do legislatively to expedite that process.
Dr. Caldwell.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Co-Chairman, Representative Nicholas, that process, yes, I can go through that. And part of that is the analysis that we're going to try to get prepared so that there is good clarity for everyone. The process for accreditation is called eligibility, candidacy, and initial accreditation. That is typically a 5-year process. As you heard today, Campbell County, the Gillette College campus has a robust campus already. It is possible that they could potentially, see, I keep using careful words, do that in 4 years. That would be the minimum amount of time for that to happen. One of the components that we did specifically include in the application is what to do in the transitional period, because students have to be protected. We want to make sure that their credits are transferable, that their degrees are recognized, that they qualify for Hathaway, that they qualify for Pell Grants within the state. And so we did embed that within the application, and then we did get confirmation that would be possible. So we did require that they would have to do some sort of agreement with one of the Wyoming community colleges in the state of Wyoming that is accredited, and they would be using that accreditation. So those students would in effect be the students of the parent institution through the accreditation process. It protects the students and it allows a strong pathway for that to occur. So what we want to do is find out is try to figure out what each one of those steps will look like in terms of the funding obligations. But there is a pathway, and Higher Learning Commission has confirmed that that would work well in this situation. And I know there's discussions have been occurring, and that actually was brought up during the public hearings, that they would make sure that would occur for those students.
Further questions for Dr. Caldwell? And I guess when I read chapter 21, I thought it said, and I agree with you, I think the statute is duplicitous. I think it says one thing here and then it says another thing over here, and putting it all together. Actually, I would like to say that chapter 21 is a mess. Anyway, what I thought it said was that if you receive no state funds, you could levy less than 4 mills. Is that correct? Or essentially we're waiting for the Attorney General's opinion?
Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, we are waiting on that. And because that is the question, is would that allow some ability for them to increase those mills at the time their costs were increasing, so that they weren't imposing those before that funding was required for operations. We're trying to get the answer to that. It is explicit in the general funds. The 4 mills is the harder question. And I think it's one that the commission needs to know, the legislature needs to know, and the voters would need to know. And I think we all want to know if there would be that ability to do a sliding mill levy.
So essentially, this committee, if it chose to, could actually specify exactly how that works. We don't necessarily, there is nothing in the Constitution that would preclude us from doing that. Yeah, okay. Further questions by the committee? Mr. Co-Chair, Representative Nicholas.
So I do have one question about the Attorney General's opinion. I think we've been trying to locate it for 2 months, and that doesn't make sense to me, meaning that either it exists or it doesn't exist. Either they have it or they don't, or are in the process of writing another one, or has there been a request? Because they should be able to find it overnight, because they're all assimilated, and they should be able to go right to it. So I'm curious about why it's so hard to come up with.
Dr. Caldwell, can you take a shot at that?
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Co-Chair, Representative Nicholas, if they do not locate it, we are making that request.
And I would request that the minute that becomes available, it'll be sent to this committee. Questions by members of the committee? Okay, I think we are ready to move on with our agenda. We
Mr. Co-Chair,
are to the University of Wyoming follow-up, and I think Mr. Kyle Moore from the university and Dr. Ann Alexander are ready to present.
Mr. Co-Chair. Yeah, thank you, Mr. Co-Chair. Real quickly, with this Attorney General's opinion, maybe you and the co-chairman could just send a letter yourself to the Attorney General and say what's going on, and specify what we want. It seems to me that we've been hearing it a while, and pretty important how this turns out in terms of what we do or don't do. Not that Sandy can't get it done, but a standing senator and a co-chairman of the appropriations might get a little better result, but I'm not sure they will.
So that was my point as well, and we could just ask Management Council to send the letter and just get it out there and get it done. So.
At the end of the day, let's make sure we have that as one of our directives, and we will write that letter and get it sent. Okay, we are ready to move on. Mr. Keene.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. If it's okay, I would like to introduce this next topic.
Mr. Keene.
Thank you, committee, for the opportunity for the university to visit with you today. The university was asked to respond to a series of questions that came from the August 14th meeting. The university submitted our responses on September 28th, and I believe they're included with your meeting materials. With me today is the interim provost, Dr. Ann Alexander, and Kyle Moore, associate vice provost for enrollment management. Dr. Alexander can walk you through the responses for each of the questions posed, and we hope the information provided here is satisfactory to meet the questions you had. Would you like me to pull up the questions and the responses that the university provided?
Yes, please.
Okay.
Mr. Keene.
Sure.
There we go.
Let me see.
On our screen. Thank you, Alex.
Okay. Dr. Alexander, if you'd like to start walking through, please.
Yes, absolutely. Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, thank you so much for having us here today. And so the responses are outlined here, and in case you'd like a recap, that's what I'm here to do today. So your first question was the official status of the process to implement an articulation agreement between the Wyoming Community Colleges and the university's College of Education, including an explanation of remaining elements required to complete an agreement and best estimate of date, month, and year for the agreement to be finalized. And so what we've done is include in the attachments, 3 attachments pertaining to this question. One is the current process for developing an articulation agreement, and a listing of the 14 articulated pathways in education that are all completed, as well as those that are under development. We also included an articulation information attachment number 2, which is for the Career Technical Teacher Education Program. And that one details the outlines and timeline for the status report on that program. That program in that attachment shows that much of the coursework has already exists and is offered regularly for a BS in education. And upon necessary approvals, the 4th year coursework that is not currently online will be available. Let's see, I believe the ETA is program scheduled to begin fall 2021 term. So additionally, the program will require PTSB alignment to ensure that students complete the program and have necessary licensure. So that is part of the timeline and the updates as to what is, as you can see here, underway and what is complete. So the last 2 pieces that are in process are teaching capacity study, as well as an MOU of course numbering and articulation. That is going to be helped along greatly by the fact that we have a unified, comprehensive all-party MOU that we're replacing all the hundreds and hundreds of articulation agreements that we have for every program with each college. And so that unified MOU will streamline things a great deal for this, as well as every other College of Education, College of Business, College of Engineering, all of the colleges at UW. So the ETA on that comprehensive all-party MOU is December. And so the presidents have reviewed that and given verbal support to it at their meeting in October, the community college presidents, as well as UW's president. So this is where we're at. As you can see, the Common Course Numbering Initiative is really in support of this, as well as all of our articulation efforts at the university and across the state with our community college colleagues. For question 2A and 2B.
Excuse me.
Oh, pardon
I
me.
have a
Yes.
question from Representative Greer.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yeah, this particular issue is one that just troubles the heck out of me and has for years. And I guess I just want to ask a very pointed question is, when will we have an articulation agreement with UW's College of Education and our community colleges? When can someone graduate from high school in Wyoming and go to a community college and transition to the University of Wyoming and not have to look to go out of state to become a teacher to come back and work in Wyoming? I just want to know, when is that going to be done?
Dr. Alexander?
Mr. Chairman, Representative Greer, thank you for that question. This is, as you know, an ever going question. What I would say is that, as you can see, Alex is showing some of the data on the current plans and so on. What I would say is that unified MOU will it's not going to be a be all and end all, but I would say it is going to be a huge step. And so let me just say fall of 2021 is going to be our commitment to you that this is going to occur. let me, if I may, give a little bit of flesh to what that unified MOU will do and why it's, I think, important. Essentially, this reduces the number of MOUs from an individual 2+2 basis to a University of Wyoming community college, all of the community college basis. So we're taking it from hundreds of distinct MOUs to one. And that is going to lay out the expectation for the sending institution, the receiving institution, and it will assure the student that in the catalog year they start at the community college, it will be honored here at the University of Wyoming, and that all of the curriculum pieces will be in place for them to get through and graduate and get that job as a teacher here in Wyoming.
Okay, Dr. Alexander, please proceed.
So the next question was with respect to
If I could ask a question? Representative Freeman?
Representative Freeman.
I like the idea that you're going to have one agreement instead of hundreds. But in my former life, I saw where department chairs would take classes that were agreed to in a 2+2 and say it wasn't taught at the University of Wyoming, and I expect that student to take it at the college instead of at the community colleges. Will this comprehensive agreement stop that? Because that was the purpose of the 2+2. My second question is that the idea is that we're going to have community colleges do 3 years of the CTE instruction to get somebody ready for that. The last I heard, and I can't remember the exact number, it's either 42 or 46 hours would be required from the University of Wyoming. The way I remember it is 30 hours is 1 year, so it's more than just 1 year is what's being expected. Could you comment on that, please? Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Dr. Alexander.
Mr. Chairman, Representative Freeman, thank you for those questions. So I'm going to have to dig in a little bit into my paper version of one of the articulation agreements for the AAS in technology to BAS, career and technical education, to see the credit count. So give me just a second on that. Oh, thank you very much, Alex. With respect to your question about the 1 and 2,000 level courses that perhaps we have been shoving off to the, I'm assuming you mean that we are saying the community college will teach that. What I would say is that 48, okay. What I would say, I'm trying to look at two things at once, I apologize. What I would say is that the catalog or the agreement, what it will do is it will say, this student started this year at this institution, and when they come here, when they have taken the courses that are 1 and 2,000 level that will transfer to the university for the education programs, which should have been worked out between our College of Education and the college faculty at Casper College and so on. What I would say is this unified MOU should solve that problem. As long as the courses have been agreed and we have said that this is going to apply, if that student comes into community college, Casper College, LCCC, Eastern, any of them, at say fall of 2021, that's their recognized catalog year by the University of Wyoming as well. They will not be considered, they will be considered more or less a native, if you will, student at the University of Wyoming as well. That's the intent of this MOU. With respect to the number of credits at the University of Wyoming, I'm seeing, one moment, a minimum of 42 hours will be upper division. So that's what I see in this. And so what your question was is that possible to do in 1 year? Some of the courses that will be taught at our community college partner colleagues will be 3,000 and 4,000 level courses. So in other words, they'll be upper division courses. So embedded into the first 3 years at the community college are 3,000 and 4,000 level courses, so that it could be, it is very possible that by the time they arrive at the university, they would have 30 hours or so to complete in the online program at the university. However, Mr. Chairman, let me tell Representative Freeman one more thing here. I am not an education professor, and therefore I need to go back and check with my friends over there.
Representative Freeman.
Thank you. One of the things that has to be done is if the community college professors are going to teach upper division courses, they have to be approved as an adjunct professor of the University of Wyoming. When you talk to the people at the College of Education, could you ask them if they have actively sought out those people to where that they can be adjunct professors, to where that they can teach those classes? I would appreciate that.
Dr. Alexander.
Mr. Chairman, Representative Freeman, absolutely. I will do that, and we will get that back to you as soon as I am able.
Much. Are you ready to continue?
Yes, absolutely. Mr. Chairman, thank you. Taking my next piece of data here. The next question that was asked was with respect to statistics and explanations related to student articulation and transfer of credits from Wyoming community colleges to the university for the academic years 2015 to 16 through 2019 to 20. By program and college, please provide the number of credit hours affirmatively transferred from colleges to the university. And so in table 1, you can see that that's the illustration over the past 5 years. Roughly 2% of transferred courses from Wyoming community colleges are not transferred for credit to the University of Wyoming. For those courses, generally the area of instruction is not offered at the University of Wyoming, and they're usually technical courses. 73% of courses were transferred to the University of Wyoming as equivalencies for a degree or major or for general education credit. And 25% of the courses were transferred to UW for credit. And that means in an area that we don't per se offer an identical course, but the area of instruction can come in as an elective to UW. The other piece that can also explain that, or part of that explanation for the 25%, is that our Higher Learning Commission accreditation requires in-residence course completion for at least 50% of upper division courses. So some of the hours that are brought in at the 1 and 2,000 level can't go towards a bachelor's degree, but they can come in as elective credit. And so therefore, we will transfer them in that way. The next question, 2C, was statistics and explanations related to student articulation and transfer of credits for academic years the same 2015 through
Mr. Chairman, could I ask a question before we get too far down, Evan? Yeah, and if we could back up to that last one, I want to capture something that you just said, that sometimes because of the credentialing, a class will be accepted as an elective, but it won't transfer in as towards part of the degree program. Do we have any idea how much that results in duplicate taking of classes.
Mr. Chairman, that's a really good question. Let me see, one moment here. I don't think I have it. I don't think I have such a piece of data in my papers here. But what I would say is that this is an issue that we do want to make sure that our students understand as they're coming in. If a student comes in with more than their associate's degree or more than what is required for their associate's degree, those excess classes at the 1,000 and 2,000 level cannot apply to a BS degree. As I mentioned, because of our Higher Learning Commission credentialing requirement for in residence at the upper division level. So I can't tell you an exact number, but I'm absolutely certain that we have some really smart data gurus here that could dig into that data and try to see how much of that happens.
I think that would be helpful, because I think that oftentimes which generates some of the controversy. That, at least that's what I hear back from students all the time, that I had to retake the same class over again at the University of Wyoming. And while it transferred in as elective, was accredited towards their degree program. So it results in a level of duplicity and often an extra semester at the university to finish out. So I think that's an issue that we need to explore a little bit as far as data mining.
Senator Hicks, happy to do so.
Thank you.
So our next question is with respect to the number of complaints and a summary categorization of complaints logged by the university related to credit transfer issues. And so our answer in the memo is our way of saying that we have a complaint process that's focused on resolution. And I'll walk through what that looks like in just a second, but it means we do not keep a log of transfer specific complaints for students who are pre-matriculation, which is our fancy way of saying before they're admitted to the university. So the current process for transfer evaluation is that the student's transcript is evaluated by the Office of the Registrar here at UW at the time of application. And then after the evaluation is done, an email is sent to the student with information explaining what has been accepted as equivalencies, what has been accepted as elective credit, and what's not applicable towards bachelor's work. At this point, that's where we issue guidance to the student that if they have a question or concern, that their academic advisor, their assigned academic advisor, will be able to work through it with them. So that's why the logs of complaints are rather atomized out through about 100 different offices. But I will say that in our conversations recently, hearing about these concerns and these issues that students are having as part of that unified MOU, which I don't want everybody to think is a silver bullet, because no piece of paper is ever going to be a silver bullet. But there are some processes in it that I think will be helpful. One of them is that we are going to stand up a quick petition process for students to tap into. So when they get that email back from our registrar that says this class doesn't apply, or this class is going to come in as an elective, what the student can do is quickly tap on a link, and they can provide a rationale and a syllabus to this petition process. It will be, and that will allow them to ask for a reevaluation of that course. The Transfer Success Center here at UW will provide concierge service to that student. They'll take that complaint and they will run point on it. They will work with the registrar, appropriate faculty, and the undergrad education infrastructure that we have here. And they will, in addition, be able with this petition process to provide a solid documentation trail that allows us to do a forensic analysis of any complaints to see where any miscommunications may have happened, where we may have screwed up, and so on. So that process is actually live, I believe, right now, or at least is in a web dev that's about to be published by the end of the week, which is today. So, that is our response to that question, or to that piece of the questions. May I answer anything now?
Yeah, Mr.
Senator
Chairman.
Hicks.
Yeah, a question on that, Ann, and I'm assuming that once you've established that process, that you'll actually monitor getting back to having adequate data to mine it to make sure that those are being resolved, or if they're not being resolved. I mean, without some type of monitoring protocols, it's hard to go back and evaluate the success of the process. So I'm assuming that's going to happen also.
Mr. Chairman, Senator Hicks, yes, absolutely. Here's a live shot of the survey or the link that the student will go to. And what this will do is generate a notification to our Transfer Success Center. If they are swamped, and we actually talked about this, what happens when all of a sudden we start getting a ton of these. When they are swamped, we also have a group of people in our Undergraduate Student Success Center that will help to pitch in, who also normally evaluate petitions for our current students who are sitting here and maybe take a class at another institution or want to do a course substitution for some other reason. So we have a whole group of people that is committed to getting this done, and the turnaround will be swift. The main bottleneck usually is our faculty, but for the most part, what we will be able to do is work with our faculty who are known to be the quick responders who evaluate these kinds of things all the time, as I said, in our undergrad course substitution petitions. So they're a little bit more tuned into that process, and will be quick responders. So agreed, though, if we don't get to these right away, this will look like just a black hole that they sent their complaints into and nobody paid attention to it. We're absolutely not going to let that happen. And we did a little bit of scenario planning around that the other day. Thank you, Senator Hicks.
Further questions by the committee? Okay, at this time, would like to thank Mr. Keene, Dr. Caldwell, and Dr. Alexander for your presentation. I think it's to the point where we have public comment. Is there any public comment out there, Mr. Swank?
Mr. Chairman, we do not have any public comment for this item. Did you catch that? I apologize.
I'm going to take that as a no, so we're going to move on to number 7 at the update from the Wyoming Community College Commission Sustainable Funding Group, and that is Dr. Caldwell again. Dr. Caldwell.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Co-Chair, members of the committee. Mr. Swank, would you share that document for me?
One moment while I get that up.
So members of the committee, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Co-Chair, while Mr. Swank is getting that loaded up, we wanted to provide you a status update on the sustainable funding work group that the Joint Appropriations specifically asked the Community College Commission to stand up. In August, I believe we shared that the committee had been formed, and we had actually gone to work. We provided the charge statement. And then from that June meeting, I believe I shared this in August as well, we did establish several subcommittees to look at 4 primary components that really needed to be considered in looking at a sustainable funding a model for the state of Wyoming for the community colleges. This provided really the context for which we would bring information forward. One of those was the foundational efforts. And again, I have to thank Mr. Swank for his white papers, incredibly helpful, as well as the help from Shio and Witchy. So the next subcommittee was common language. One of the things that we found out was that through this is sometimes we use slightly different words for different audiences and groups, and that sometimes comes across as confusing. Within that context, we also identified that we needed to really take a deep dive into the state's needs. And this was primarily centered around the statutory requirements that exist right now. Again, this was brought forward from the work beginning, I think we really sourced all the way back to 1984, 85 through the 1999 study. And again, in the 2008-9 Community College Task Force. So the state needs were evaluated, and then we put a subcommittee together on the funding strategies. I will share with you that we recognized we needed a level of expertise that was looking at from a state level perspective, recognizing the impact of the local needs in the communities. So we did have Dr. Demi Michaelau from Witchy, and we had Dr. David Tanberg, and we still do, who have facilitated this effort for us. It has kept the information objective, it has kept it at a very high level, and has brought forward a variety of information that you heard today to help inform the directions that we would have. The work group really had 4 guiding principles that really framed the work for all of these subcommittees. And that was that the community colleges and higher education in general must provide a return on investment. It has to increase the post-secondary educational attainment per the state priority around the attainment goals in the newly adopted attainment plan. It must consider and incorporate external cost adjustments and inflationary pressures, because that was the point we had brought up prior. The commission had related to one of the components that's a challenge in able to meet the cost for the colleges as the value of the dollar changes. And then it must be responsive and efficient to the state's need for post-secondary education at both the state and local level. So through those guiding principles, through the 4 subcommittees, a great progress has been made. And I am pleased to say I think there will be a final recommendation for joint appropriations in early December. We want to make sure that we have that prepared by the time we bring forward our budget recommendation. Michael, if you could move that down, please. So we had a meeting last week, and last week is where we really finalized or final in draft what recommendation or what direction those a series of recommendations would have that we were bringing forward. And I think a lot of this is going to be sound very familiar based on what you did here this morning, looking at the whole complement of information. We did take into consideration the 53.8 million that we had brought forward during our last budget hearings as what had happened in relation to inflationary pressure, the recent cuts, and then the potential pending next 10% cuts. So there's a draft recommendation that the work group will finalize and provide. If you change one part one way, what will the impact be on one of the other components? This was to provide some equity around those districts where their assessed valuation is lower rather than higher, and also to take into consideration some aspect regarding external cost adjustment or inflationary pressure that is a part of external cost adjustments. There is a typo that I noticed on that, and I was actually on the phone back and forth with Dr. Tanberg to fix me. as we were typing this on our drive from Powell to Gillette last week, and making sure we had this submitted for you today. In general, the overall state aid, not state aid, but the general fund appropriations you saw is about 78% from Dr. Tanberg. That we recognize that that's very high. And then we also know that currently, out of the state aid part, that is the allocation to the colleges, otherwise known as House Bill 80, it's about 60% in the overall model. Now, I will tell you that's the design of it, but it's actually around 58%, I believe is where it clocks in. Might be down to 57, 56. I would have to go back and look at that again. One of the recommendations is that all sources of funding to the colleges, if we use some other strategies, we could reduce that state aid or the general fund appropriation, including major maintenance and capital construction, down to about 45%. That's a lot. That's a big reduction because we are one of the big 5 agencies on the state budget. But it will take some other mechanisms to make an impact on that. One of those would be an option to increase the college district mill levy. Whether that is 1 or 2 mills, that would really depend on if you want that to go down to 45%, if you want to implement any of the other components below. Then it would be the implementation of the non-tax. I'm sorry, is there a question? Do I need to stop?
Yeah, I've got a question for you, Mr. Chairman. Sandy, a question on that. So when we talk about increasing the college district mill levies, when I reviewed that, it's a mandatory 5. The board can do another 1, and then there's a voter approved. So there's already an opportunity to do another voter approved within those districts 1 mill levy. And Laramie County is the only one that's done that. So was there any discussion amongst the board as to how to go out, and you already have the authority to do it? Why wasn't that brought forward? Is what's the campaign to get those additional mills that are already statutorily authorized, get those levied?
Dr. Caldwell.
Mr. Chairman, Senator Hicks, that was discussed, and I think it'll be one of the items that's brought up in the considerations. Part of the reason that it went a little bit different direction had to do with equity and the ability for some of those counties and what that would actually provide into the total system. So the 1 mill option, the additional mill, so it's 4 mills required, 1 mill optional. That 1 mill is not counted in the overall state aid. That's what allows them to do some of the other efforts that they need to. And I think it is concerned around the equity in the parity across, where some counties that mill would raise a lot and some it would not. So this was based on the work and research on that. We'll make sure that when the a final recommendation comes forward, that this topic is addressed.
Further questions by the committee? Okay, Dr. Caldwell, please proceed.
Mr. Chairman, just real quickly, this is Senator Landon. Ms. Caldwell, just real quickly, just for clarification, I believe some of the other college districts have implemented that additional mill, have they not? I don't believe it's just Laramie County. Is that correct?
Dr. Caldwell.
Mr. Chairman, Senator Landon, those are 2 slightly different things, and I was totally tracking with Senator Hicks, but I should have repeated that. So there's really the 3 components. There's the required 4 mills. There is the optional 1 mill. All 7 colleges do implement that additional 1 mill. Then there is the ability for the voter
Oh.
approved mill. And I believe that's what I was responding to. And Senator Hicks, I believe that's what you were referencing. Is that correct?
Correct.
Thank you for that.
There's a half mill Bochis.
And then there's the additional mills for the BOCES, BOCHES, depending on whether or not those counties have them. One thing that I would mention with Laramie County is that it doesn't have a BOCES. And so that is part of that conversation, is that they don't have a BOCES or multiple BOCES, which is what several of the colleges do, have multiple BOCES or BOCHES that help. And so Laramie County doesn't have that, and part of that effort is the additional assessed mill around that the voters did approve.
Freeman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Can a community college have both a BOCES and a BOCHES with the school district?
Dr. Caldwell.
Mr. Chairman, my understanding is that in the statutes that there is not a distinction between a BOCES and a BOCHES. It is how they have structured the funding of those. And so colleges within districts do have multiple BOCES or BOCHES, but it is my understanding, and I can reach them, I will find an answer to that, but it is my understanding that whether it is either a BOCES or a BOCHES, but you couldn't have both because they are in fact statutorily the same thing.
Thank you.
By the committee? Dr. Caldwell.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I will proceed. Then in the next bullet would be the implementation of non-taxing district mill levy of 1 or 2 mills. This was in parallel to the college districts, and that amount could change. Of course, this is ultimately a final recommendation, but we'll get to, and then how the legislature wants to consider it, any part of it or not. That'll be, of course, your determination. But this was to keep the current level to where and to frankly fill the funding gap and remove part of the funding off the state general fund. Was to keep that the same distance in between while still closing the funding gap. The next bullet item is some percentage of a potential sales tax should the legislature implement a sales tax. And so I want to put some parentheses or caveats around this one. And I do not think ultimately the work group will make the recommendation to implement a sales tax for the purposes which you did hear this morning. There's great recognition that there's a lot of needs in this state, and it might need to be a multitude of things that become connected to that. So some proportion rather than that being the direct solution. It seemed more reasonable among this, and certainly part of the information that Dr. Tanberg brought to us via SHIO. So right now, I believe the recommendation is around 15% if it's 1 cent, and if you start to move the mill levies, then that would create a sliding framework on how much the percentage of the sales tax. And if that was not to be moved forward, then it could be looked at some of the other components on how you would want to potentially address that. And the other aspect was that movement of awarding the CAPCON and major maintenance funds to the commission. Definitely have all of the work happen in state construction department. They are the experts on construction. However, it would keep all of that funding so that you could see it all together. What does it really cost to make that happen? And then be able to set those priorities based on what was provided to us by the colleges. And again, that came from a great deal of work within how other states are approaching that. And then finally, the last bullet, and this is an important one, and that is the role that tuition has to play in the total cost. Within the commission, we separate out tuition and fees, although they are both part of what a student pays, and we do look at the whole picture. But we do look at the tuition because the fees may vary greatly. So we look at it as a system average, but what one college might have for institutional fees is different from another college for a lot of reasons that are very reasonable, understandable. Students vote for something for student activity fees, for example, and one college might not. And so we look at that in terms of what is the proportion of tuition to the overall budget. The commission does have a tuition policy in which they implemented a framework that created a range of tuition. And that range is if it's a little bit closer to the 60% of the state aid, then it could be a lower percentage. If the state aid goes down, the percentage of the tuition could slide up a little bit. And that range is 23 to 28% is what the target range is. In 2018, the commission did take action to increase tuition, but they did do it below the tuition range. And they did that for a specific reason. They had increased the cap on the credit cap, and they wanted to create a little bit more of an incremental increase rather than right at one time. What I will tell you is that the commission did increase tuition within their framework. Last Thursday, they did take action on that, and that would be for the fall 2021 semester. So they are now within that framework. The work group, so that's kind of what you're going to see coming forward from the work group tasked by the commission, from the commission. We'll be meeting the first week of December, I think was the time we could narrow down. We have to provide the opportunity to move through the Campbell County application and then come back to this so that we have this finalized before the joint appropriations budget hearings. So with that, I provided a lot of supporting documentation for your reading pleasure. But I did want to make sure that I went through, we recognize this challenge, and joint appropriation gave us a task, and I wanted you to see that they've taken that very seriously for your consideration.
Okay, thank you very much for that presentation. Senator Hicks.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, thank you. Sandy, just clarify for me when you had your recommendation on there that transfer the CapCon and the major maintenance, how do you envision that would actually save money? Maybe I missed it, but I thought this was part of the strategic funding, or is this just more of an administration? It's not really a cost savings issue. It's just different administration of the money. But I'm trying to understand why that was discussed.
Dr. Caldwell.
Mr. Chairman and Senator Hicks, I'm gonna do my best to answer this part of the question. Larry Buckles is our CFO, and he's L Counting right now. And Dr. Tanberg, who was my other lifeline, is not on here. But I'm going to do my best to answer this. And I think I can, but I will follow up to answer this question for you. It has to do with making sure that we were moving forward priorities in a way that would maximize but not exceed that total funding that was allotted in that particular year. And so it is it's an efficiency effort in combining the projects together that could help lower the overall cost.
Well, I'll chew on that for a while. Mr. Chairman, just one comment, Sandy. I do appreciate the work of the task force to actually come out and make recommendations on what taxation and mill levies. I think our Wyoming School Boards Association for K through 12 could take a lesson from you guys. Um, um, it's helpful to get the thoughts of where you guys think taxation, let's call it what it is, taxation to increase revenues for education. It's helpful for you guys to have those discussions. And again, I commend you guys for your leadership on that effort. Anyway, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Sandy.
Thank you.
Further questions by the committee? Thank you, Dr. Caldwell. And we are now to the 3 o'clock. Does anybody need a break? Let's keep going. Okay. The next thing is the Y-class demonstration from Dr. Ben Moritz and the Wyoming Community College Commission. Dr. Moritz.
Mr. Chairman and committee, thank you. I'm happy to talk about the Y-class program that's been going on through the Wyoming Distributed Education Consortium for about the past 10 years or a little bit more. We had submitted, the commission, a memo to the LSO based on that request. And I believe you should have all access to that, but I'm happy to go over some of the high points and discuss this a little bit. And I can also give you a quick demonstration, if I can share my screen, of the web page itself. So I would ask the Mr. Chairman and the committee, would you prefer to see the product first and then ask some questions and hear more about the background? Or I can give you a brief overview first and then we can dive into that demonstration. What would be your preference?
Go ahead and see it first.
There we go. Can everybody see the Y-class homepage
See it now, Doctor.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Chairman and committee. This is a homepage. I believe the most important thing that you all want to see are the classes themselves. Essentially, this webpage is a directory of the vast majority of distance education courses offered at the 8 institutions of higher education across the state. This has been around long enough that it is a very efficient process. All of the colleges and the university have processes in place where updates come out from the registrar's office. The database itself is currently hosted at Eastern Wyoming College in Torrington. They take this information and update it and put this information here. Another benefit of the program is that it's been around long enough that students, high school advisors, and college and university advisors are very familiar with how to use it and where it is. So, anytime you create a new tool, it's only as effective as as people's knowledge of that tool is. And so we've gotten quite a bit of penetration through the state with this platform, and so it's quite effective in what it does. So in this case, you see this is just alphabetically listed. You could do a keyword search or a term search for whatever course you were looking for. So I would put in an English class. Let's see, you could then do a search and it would show you everything with that very broad application. English composition is one of the most highly enrolled courses across the state. This shows that you could take this at Western, you could take this at Central, you could take it at LCCC, etc. I'll click on one of these and you can get a little bit more information. Now note that all of these, the registration is closed. The timing of this particular select committee meeting doesn't really sync well with having the registration period open. But if it were open for registration, a student could look at this, they could add it to their cart, and then they could check out. Now, one of the drawbacks of the program is that it does not register a student for that class. Instead, it notifies whatever college that class is offered at that a student is interested. Then that college reaches out to that student and says, via email usually, we see you're interested in registering for this class. We'll walk you through the process. Now, the reason for that disconnect, I would pause. I see one of the committee members raising their hand. No? Okay.
Questions by the committee? Hey, Dr. Moritz, go ahead and continue.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The reason for that disconnect is that the 8 institutions do not have a common registration platform. And so the Y-class webpage cannot integrate with all of them equally. And so instead, there is simply this handoff piece. I believe the colleges and the university would be interested in moving forward so that there was more synchronicity there. However, it would require substantial changes as far as aligning those registration software programs and significant cost as well. But to the extent that the handoff system works, the process itself and student experience seems to be relatively consistent, and it gets a fair amount of use. And so with that, I would pause and open this up for any other questions or discussions. There's a lot more that could be discussed, but I'm not sure what the committee's primary concerns are at this point.
Questions by the committee? Representative Freeman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Been on this committee, not this committee, but on the education committee for a long time. And there was a talk about having one registration for all 8 college registrations at one time. What is the status of that? And, could that be morphed into where we do have one portal to where that students can come to school of higher education in the state of Wyoming? Thank you.
Dr. Moritz.
Mr. Chairman, Representative Freeman, thank you for that question. I will give you a high-level response. I would need to talk with our CTO, Paris Edyburn, for more of the specifics as to the limitations and difficulties involved. However, there would be substantial cost in switching over some of the colleges and universities to ensure that all of them had the same registration platform. They have worked with different programs at this point, and so some of them would have to make that switch midstream, which would cost both time and most likely money. I don't have any idea what that cost or time commitment would be, but my understanding is that it would not be insignificant.
So questions by the committee?
Just a quick follow-up, Mr. Chairman. So basically, the common registration is not an active pursuit by anyone. Is that correct?
Mr. Chairman, Representative Freeman, that is my understanding.
Thank you.
On that questioning, I have the sponsor of the bill to my left where we called for common transcripts. We created a system called SLEDS so that the community colleges and the University of Wyoming could communicate with one another. And so Y-class does not communicate with SLEDS. And if so, why can't it?
Mr. Chairman, again, the specifics of the technological hurdles for that, I would have to defer to our CTO, who's not on the call right now. However, they are really designed for different purposes. The SLEDS is collecting data longitudinally for the primary purpose of being able to do data research and identify efficiencies in the system, whereas Y-class is focused on collecting the different courses and essentially compiling aspects of catalogs from across the state into one kind of super catalog that focuses just on those distance education courses.
So is there a way down the road that we could have some sort of a system that had a common application between the University of Wyoming and the 7 community colleges?
Mr. Chairman, that is an excellent question. And there have been multiple discussions in different, amongst different groups across the colleges and the university. The benefits of such a program are recognized. Students would be able to move from one institution to another more easily. And some states, in fact, do that because they have common infrastructures. The lack of, or rather, these discussions have been hampered as of late because of the budgetary concerns that everybody is facing and the realization that this would add not only cost to already stretched budgets, but also resources when people are looking at reductions in force. That's not to say that the idea is not, does not have support in certain corners. I think that if it were a viable possibility from the resource perspective, then there would be some very very interested parties who would like to pursue this. But I think everybody is just kind of afraid to get the cart before the horse, to put it quite simply.
And just one last follow-up, Dr. Moritz. So could we use SLEDS for a common application? To use that same system without spending a lot of money on another system? Common applications?
Mr. Chairman, I don't believe so, but I also see Dr. Caldwell is chomping at the bit to answer this one.
Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, I'm going to try to help and bail out Ben just a little bit here. The SLEDS would not be the mechanism to do that. That's what's going to inform us what's happening longitudinally. But we do think that the common transcript transfer process, which will be administered through Academy One, may give us an avenue to do that. And that will be something that we'll continue to pursue in the Attainment Council.
Okay. Okay, any questions by the committee? Okay, Dr. Moritz, are you ready to continue?
Yes, I am. That was the majority of the demonstration for Y-class. The primary focus of it is both for students and as well for administration. One other thing I wanted to mention to the committee are the pros and the cons, or rather the challenges and the opportunities that are involved with the program. First of all, as I mentioned, the student uptake of this has been somewhat limited by the fact that they do need to get that handoff. So while the colleges don't right now have a way of accessing the total number of students who are starting down the path of investigating Y-class, the numbers of students who are yielding or enrolling in courses through Y-class is relatively small. And our best guess is that the number of students who start on Y-class compared to those who end up registering for a class is only about 1 in 10 for a variety of reasons. One, there's a fair amount of shopping probably that goes on, just poking around, and they weren't that serious to begin with. then when they may or may not find the course at the time that they were looking for. And then finally, when they discover that they have to reach out and then get contacted, some may take a different approach to get those courses. And so I was discussing this with our Student Service Council, and some of them pointed out that this tool has been effective, but like many other tools, it is disproportionately helpful to that group of students who were already going to succeed, and not as helpful for that group of students who maybe were challenged to begin with. It's that bell curve approach where, you know, that top 10 or 20% of very engaged, very motivated students are going to succeed regardless of the obstacles placed in front of them. And then you get another 20% who are not highly engaged and are not as receptive to those types of benefits. We would like to move forward and improve the processes by which the colleges reach out to the students to improve some of those efficiencies. And the Student Service Council has been discussing sharing best practices amongst themselves. Some of them are more effective than others, and they're very interested in learning from each other so that we can increase the percentage of students that go all the way through that process and can manage. Then the other primary benefit of this program is for administrators, registrars, and faculty to gauge the resources available across the state. This has been used in different ways for different colleges. Some of the instances that were pointed out in recent discussions that I was part of were if, say, LCCC, for example, was trying to decide whether they should open another section of a Math 1400 course, and were worried that if they offered another course, if it didn't fill, then they would have some difficulties with staffing. So they might look on the Y-Class platform to see how many currently open courses were available online at other institutions. Because then if they had more demand than they anticipated, they would know that there would be additional resources at the other colleges or the university to absorb some of that demand. So it's kind of used to hedge your bets when deciding how much capacity to build into a catalog for one term or another. And it has been used to that end to some extent. However, there are limitations with that as well, primarily that the information is uploaded after the registrars create that catalog. And so it's really only beneficial for late additions by one college or another. I don't want to go into too much detail as to how registrars are creating their catalogs from term to term. It can get probably quite boring if you're not a registrar, but this tool has had some effectiveness in helping them out, but it is somewhat limited because of the time frame of when that information is updated. So those are some of the main use cases for this platform and some of the challenges and opportunities that are inherent in how it's been applied up to this point. And that concludes my overview. And if anybody has any follow-up questions, I would be happy to follow up.
Okay, questions by the committee? Yes, I have one. My question is, so Y-Class has all kinds of online courses that students can take. And Gillette College here offers all kinds of online courses. Would it be a better system to have a statewide centralized location for all students of 7 community colleges and the branch campuses and the University of Wyoming to have the same site? And would that save us money? How would that all work? And could we set that up?
Mr. Chairman, that's a fascinating question, and there are precedents for that. The Colorado Community College system has something very similar to what you're describing. To some extent, it's a almost standalone campus offering online education courses. And students can take all of their courses through that online, it's not quite a campus, it's not quite a college, but through that online consortium for certain degrees that have been identified and where they've identified online versions of all of those courses. For us to do that here in the state, again, there have been discussions about it here and there. It would require resources to get up and running. It would take essentially a startup investment. However, some of the benefits of the program, and I think that's probably why you're asking about it, are there could be some efficiencies of scale. There could be some opportunities to recruit more widely nationally. And in fact, some states outside of Colorado as well have leaned heavily on that angle. So it's an interesting prospect. And I think the most entrepreneurial of the academic administration and student service administration are kind of excited, about thinking about it. However, I think there's also a realization that there are significant startup costs to do such a thing, not the least of them being the shared registration system and the need to significantly build up the number of online courses available. And in particular, the colleges have primarily created online courses for their highest enrolled programs. The highest enrolled programs, if you stack them up, do not end up with a total program. It's been on a course by course basis, not on a program by program basis. So if you need 20 individual courses to get a particular degree, 5 of them may be high enrolled and so have quite a few different online versions out there. But 15 of those tend to be lower enrolled. And so it has not been advantageous to the colleges or the university to create online versions of those particular courses. If we went to this completely online delivery approach, such as Colorado and some other states have done, there would need to be online versions of those other courses to fill in those gaps so that a student could go end to end across a program. But there are a lot of different ways to skin a cat, a lot of different ways to approach this type of statewide online delivery. And I think it would be probably, again, getting the cart before the horse to hypothesize much more than that.
Something maybe we should think about in the future. Any questions by the committee? I skipped public comments under sustainable funding, so why don't we do that real quick? Mr. Swank, is there anybody in the waiting room?
Mr. Chairman, not for this item. And there's also not a public comment for Y class.
Mr. Swank, you.
There is no public comment for this item.
Is wanting to comment on the previous one.
I believe that Dr. Tyndale, if he is available, would he like to speak at this time?
Thank you, Mr. Chair and committee members. I know that Aaron Taylor for WACTI has been trying to get into public comment for the previous item, and I don't know if that's still possible, and I believe she is in the waiting room.
If Aaron is on, I don't see her. Aaron, are you available?
Mr. Chairman, I will admit her right now.
Mr. Chair, so I see that Aaron Taylor is zooming in, so I'll pass this off to her. Thank you very much.
Taylor, you're looking very chippy today. Surgery? Yeah.
Yes. Hi, Mr. Chairman. I'm sorry. I was trying to get my Zoom working and my other Zoom as I'm watching it. So I apologize that there's a bit of a delay. Can you hear me okay?
You please proceed.
Okay, Mr. Chairman, thank you for that. Yes, I am post-surgery in my, you can see my little room here. I'm in the living room and there's a dog usually at my side and just hanging out. But I wanted to provide you a little bit of comments from the Wyoming Association of Community College Trustees. My name is Erin Taylor. I serve as the executive director of the organization. And just wanted to provide you a little bit of ideas of where the association is coming down in terms of coming up with long-term sustainable funding solutions for the community colleges. A lot of what you heard from the commission's work group absolutely fits in with some of the ideas that the association is looking at, but we're kind of looking at maybe what's a little bit broader and maybe not just looking at some of the ideas that were brought up today. And so that's what I wanted to share with you. And I believe I sent it to all of the committee members prior to today's meeting. You know, it really starts with the whole idea that we're at the point right now that I think it's time for everyone in the state to recognize that the community colleges are really part of the solution moving forward in terms of building our workforce and developing what our economy looks like into the future. And I've heard plenty of that conversation earlier today from members of the workforce, from people testifying. You know, that recognition is there. However, the colleges are in a very, very tricky situation because they are sustaining cuts that are very quickly going to be unsustainable to continue to deliver in that capacity for the state. So recognizing that the colleges are part of the solution is going to be key to this group, to the legislature, to the executive branch, to really everyone moving forward on how we come up with a sustainable funding source moving forward. Some of the ideas that this group has looked at is really, I think, all inclusive. And you heard it from Dr. Caldwell and others, looking at what's the appropriate funding structure that does include a state aid component, the local taxes, student tuition, and maybe there's some other creative funding opportunities that might be involved. You know, as I think everyone in this group is aware, the community colleges are not protected under the Wyoming Constitution. And so that just it brings to the surface why it's so important right now to make sure that this workhorse really for the state is something that is able to move forward. Some of the options that we're talking about, you know, right now we have the state aid component, we have the local mill levies, and we have tuition. We're thinking that it's really important that there is some sort of statewide funding mechanism that mirrors the statewide services that the colleges provide. And you did hear that a little bit earlier too from the work that the commission subgroup was looking at. We've talked about maybe it's part of a sales tax. Maybe it's an emergency stabilization type of sales tax. That's kind of more of a creative option, something that might go into effect at a certain point when certain measures are met, and then move off when certain measures are met. Maybe it's some of the ad valorem taxing ideas that you've already heard already. But there are some other things that we'd like to make sure that are considered that include looking at how things like the BOCES and dual and concurrent funding is also allocated and funded. When we're looking at the Wyoming's Tomorrow Task Force, that is something that's come up, that's been brought up a little bit more questions, and it's really given us more pause to say there's a lot more work to do in this area. So I would submit to you that those are areas that need to also be looked at. The colleges are talking about providing more tools in the local toolbox. And we heard a few questions about this earlier today as well. So we'd like to encourage, some creative thinking in this space. Maybe it is allowing the trustees to impose an additional mill levy. Maybe it's removing the 4-year limitation that currently exists on those 5 mills. Maybe that would provide a little more stability and predictability for funding. maybe there's some flexibility or some creative options that could be thought about with local optional sales and use taxes. You know, with all of these taxes, we know it's tricky depending on what community has the ability to raise those whether it's local optional sales and use taxes or mill levies. They're all different. We know that, but providing the tools so that maybe different jurisdictions could utilize them might be something that would be of interest. Right now, we keep talking about what is the desired goal for the state for our higher education, for an educated citizenry, for our economic development and diversification, for workforce training. Why don't we look at our House Bill 80, which is our funding formula, and maybe look to see how that can incentivize some of those things that we'd like to see. A lot of improvements have been made to that. There is some performance funding measures included in the funding formula right now, but maybe there's some more work to do. Certainly an area that's been emphasized in recent months, of course, is the delivery of online instruction and how that is not, has a different costing appropriation to it than other types of delivery. And in this era right now where people are delivering courses heavily online and maybe more so in the future as well, that's something that's just been accentuated. So there might be some room to grow in looking at the funding formula. We're really looking at and encouraging the state to consider moving forward with an adult state aid financial aid program. And I know that is being more considered in the Wyoming's Tomorrow task force, but that is something that's been a priority for the community colleges for a number of years now. And in fact, if we, I think many of you have heard this statistic, if we graduate every Wyoming high school student in the state, we can't meet our higher education attainment goals. We need to hit that adult population. And so it's really the time. Now's the time that we need to make these investments in the future in the system that is providing these services for us, the system that can deliver for meeting that adult education component. So that is something that we'd really like to encourage the legislature to move forward with. I do want to echo the comments that you heard earlier from Dr. Caldwell. Tuition is definitely a component, and the Wyoming Community College Commission did take action at their meeting last week to increase tuition and removing the cap on that tuition. And so that is definitely something that plays a part to it's part of the puzzle as we move forward. So we're asking for support from business and industry, and maybe you've heard that already moving forward, but we're really hoping that now's the time that the legislature, combined with everyone in the state who relies on the services of the colleges, can come together right now to find the right and creative solution for moving us forward. Mr. Chairman, those are my remarks. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Well, Ms. Taylor, that was outstanding. I'm very thankful for you to appear before us today, but I'm also praying for your quick recovery, and thank you for appearing before us today. Any questions for Ms. Taylor? Senator Hicks.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman and Aaron, again, hope you heal up quick, but I do appreciate the conversation and would encourage you to explore more of the discussion with both BOCES and BOCES and how that would potentially, I just think that's an area that we're overlooking. I think it's an area that needs to be revamped and maybe looked at how we integrate that closer into the junior college funding model, and particularly as how that works through the K through 12 system into junior colleges. So I would encourage you to keep looking at that as an alternative and maybe come up with some innovative ideas along those lines also. So again, thank you for your work.
Senator Anselmi Dalton.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Aaron. Hope you're feeling better soon too. I met with a group last night, and it was kind of a high level thinking group of how we kind of move forward, and it was involving the Trona industry as well. and they were saying that they have an immediate need for high-skilled engineers and scientists because a lot of people are retiring here, and that process engineering was needed. And I think they met with the Mines and University of Wyoming, Dr. Dale and Dr. Seidel at the University of Wyoming, but they said it really kind of has to build from the grade school up. And I just wonder, where are we finding process engineering? Do you know, or is that a question that maybe someone else should answer for you, Aaron? Maybe that's not, maybe you're not my best choice. I don't know, but you do know.
Mr. Chairman, Senator Ansemi Dalton, I would submit to you that probably somebody else needs to answer that question. I'm not privy to the hows and the whys of that in particular.
Okay, further questions for Ms. Taylor? Is there any comment from the floor? Okay, we are moving to, we are actually right on time. To number 9, Commission and Colleges Overview and Challenges and Community College Trends and Dual and Concurrent Enrollment, and that is Mr. Michael Swank and Polly Scott.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm just going to give a quick introduction, and then I'll defer to Polly for the trends, and then I'll go over dual and concurrent enrollment. If you recall, at the August 14th meeting, the committee requested LSO do some additional background on kind of the long-term funding trends of the community colleges from state appropriations, and then also some additional information on the funding aspect for dual and concurrent enrollment. So I'm going to share the screen for the 20-year trend information, and then Polly will go through that summary.
Now, Michael.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is Polly Scott. Can everyone see the screen that
Yes,
Michael's
we can.
sharing? Okay. Would you like me to proceed?
Do.
Okay. As Michael said, the Select Committee requested information giving a 20-year look, particularly around the general fund contributions to state aid and also administration. And that's what we've put together for you here in this chart. To annualize these appropriations that have gone over a 22-year period, we combined biennial and supplemental budget requests and into that would go over a 2-year period and divided by 2. So the blue bars are showing you the amount of state aid appropriated from general funds between 2001 and 2022. And state aid is the budget category that funnels through to the individual colleges. Over this period, the state aid to the colleges increased by over 125%. The blue or the orange bars, which are the smaller bars across the bottom there, represent the general fund appropriations, and this is in millions of dollars, to the Wyoming Community College Commission as an agency to operate. And between 2001 and 2022, there was an increase of over 150% in those general fund appropriations. We put that together with the student FTE and headcount data that the commission provided at the last meeting for the Select Committee, and that you can see that in the line graphs across the top, and that really shows you the trend overall for the general fund appropriations and also the student headcount. If there are no questions or discussion, we could move on to the next slide, Michael.
Any questions by the committee? Let's continue.
Michael, if you could move to the next slide. Thank you. Thank you. This slide just shows a line graph of the same information you saw on the last slide about the general fund appropriations in millions of dollars to the commission as an agency for operations, together with the staff that they have had over this time frame. And if there are no questions, we can go on to the next.
So as I look at the gray line, in 2001, we funded WCCC 1.3 million, and at one point it got up to 5.9 million, but in 2021, this biennium, the amount of funding is 3.4 million. So it is almost tripled in 20 years. Is that correct?
Mr. Chairman, that is correct. And I believe that that has to do with a one-time appropriation for some technology needs. And I believe both Michael Swank and Dr. Caldwell may have more specific recollection of that.
Thank you. Please continue.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This last slide that we have here is specifically about the appropriations for capital construction and major maintenance at each of the colleges. The orange bars represent the state funds that have gone for that, and the gray bars are the total. So you can see that over this 22-year period, the total spent of all funds for capital construction and major maintenance is just over $1 billion, $1.066 billion. Of that amount, 301 million was from state funds, and that's 28.2%. And that's for both capital construction and major maintenance. The chart shows you then for each of the institutions, the amount that went for capital construction. And you can see there that the state or the orange bars are smaller and the gray bars are larger, showing that the private or special revenue raised by each college is the primary source of funds for most capital construction during this time frame. And then the state, if you look at the major maintenance bar, you can see that the state contribution to that was $131 million out of $148 million. So the state is funding most of the major maintenance as compared to individual colleges. And then the last point I would make on this slide is that of the $301 million of state funds that went for this capital construction, major maintenance for all the colleges during this time frame, most of that, or 43.6% of that, is for major maintenance. That's a large chunk of what the state is spending funds on.
Okay, Ms. Scott, I believe we have a question. Representative Greer.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. So something that I'm interested in knowing, and it deals with major maintenance and the state component of that. You know, if with respect to capital construction, that's fine. We make a decision, we make an investment. Communities have really invested heavily in their own construction, but once that building is built, it eventually comes on to major maintenance roles. And so we have a 20-year figure, but I'm curious as to the slope of that, because I assume that in the last 7 to 10 years that is growing exponentially. And so that was just something that I wanted to look at is, you know, each time we have a discussion, we talk in terms politically of doing investing $1 and getting $2 back out of the community, or bang for our buck. We're also bringing on a future liability for our budget, and that's just how that trend's going. Do you have any of that at your fingertips, or or something maybe we could look at later?
Mr. Chairman, I do not have that information at my fingertips, but could certainly put that together for you and follow up with it after the meeting if that would be acceptable.
Mr. Chairman?
Mr. Chairman,
Representative Greer.
this goes back to my questions at the last meeting. Again, when we talk about FTEs, I still, when I was on appropriations in 16, we were looking at these very same issues in regarding what component of those FTEs are really made up of concurrent enrollment, where we know that we're reimbursing community colleges for them, and we're also reimbursing K-12 for them. So what is that, is the FTE growth a result of more cooperation, which is a good thing, don't get me wrong, with the high schools, or just how is that trending? Does the enrollment numbers, and I guess I use the term enrollment numbers, you use FTEs, how does that number track with the number of concurrent enrollment hours? I guess it's hours when you get down to it.
Ms. Scott?
Mr. Chairman, I believe Michael Swank would be best positioned to answer that question.
Mr. Swank.
Mr. Chairman, Representative Greer, I'll take the second question first. In terms of dual and concurrent enrollment, I'm going to go through that in a little more detail in just a second with my next paper. But the other one I wanted to discuss was the major maintenance piece. We do have the data that we didn't put in the chart by year for the major maintenance and the CapCon. Generally, the state has not pushed to put state funds into community college capital construction prior to 2005-2006 biennium. The major maintenance has increased. I believe in 2005-2006 it was about $11.5 million, and it's now over $20 million per biennium. So it does track with the perspective that as the state helps fund more capital construction, they become part of the square footage model used to determine major maintenance. So in the, for maybe for the next meeting or for a follow-up, we can provide the actual CapCon by year, by institution, but we thought the total amount was most pertinent for this meeting. I can ask or answer any other questions on these charts, or I can go into the dual concurrent enrollment paper.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, I'll be happy to wait on the concurrent enrollment. I'm kind of teeing that up just a little bit. I want to talk about that in terms of FTEs. But yeah, with respect to major maintenance, and Michael, I appreciate the data. Don't get me wrong. I just think there's quite a few people on appropriations on this committee, and again, I'm just not certain, at least with respect to the House of Representatives, that they really do understand that we're creating a future liability. And again, it's a good thing to do. Don't anybody take this the wrong way. Just think we need to know we've got the data and we're looking on the horizon and we know what's out there. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Representative Freeman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I may be wrong on this, but Michael can set me straight. I think major maintenance is determined by the number of square feet, and concurrent is held in the concurrent enrollment is held into the high school, so that wouldn't be incorporated into the major maintenance figures, the way that I understand it. Dual would be a different question because then that is being taught by a college professor, maybe even in a college building. Am I right?
Mr. Chairman, Representative Freeman, my understanding is that the major maintenance and capital facilities for community colleges generally does not follow, does not take into account specifically student enrollments. I believe capital construction projects individually may track back to a potential need for, increased capacity for certain programs, but isn't necessarily tied directly to FTE or headcount. The dual concurrent enrollments do get, and their credit hours do get captured within the funding allocation model of the community colleges for state aid.
Okay. Any further questions by the committee?
Mr. Chairman, I will go over the dual and concurrent enrollment paper briefly, if that's okay.
Thank you, Mr. Swank.
Okay. And I'm going to share my screen because there are a few tables I would like to reference on that document. So, Mr. Chairman, at the last meeting, the the select committee requested more information on dual and concurrent enrollments. And more specifically, I believe the conversation ended on what is accounted for in the state aid funding allocations for community colleges and what is accounted for within the K-12 funding model for those students that are actually straddling both systems. I went into a little bit more depth for this paper just because I wanted to kind of background it as well as provide some analysis on both the revenues for each system as well as their expenses for each system for dual and concurrent students. The gist of this is that the dual and concurrent system was amended, I believe, in 2009 or 2010 as the post-secondary education options program. And in doing so, the statute for this program requires that individual districts, both the community college districts and the individual K-12 school districts, form kind of cooperative MOUs with each other to articulate how their particular cooperation will take place and what each district will do for the services of those students and how those courses will be delivered for those students. So that's kind of the administrative structure. And then each year, the Community College Commission provides some reporting on this, as well as they also provide, my understanding is, guidance and advice on those agreements among the districts. So going a little bit further down here, in terms of students, the reporting for this has been effective for about the last 3 or 4 biennia. I concentrated on the last 2 school years, 2016-17, 17-18, 18-19, and then 19-20. So it roughly corresponds to the last 2 biennia in terms of fiscal year terms. So table 1 shown on your screen, I'm not sure, hopefully you can see it well, shows the enrollment for current and dual students based on the Community College Commission's latest enrollment reports. It shows that they've gradually gone up, and then these students, which are most likely part-time students in terms of their impact on the colleges, obtain credit hours or attempt credit hours. And that's on table 2 of the document I provided. And that shows the credit hours, which have also gradually increased over the last 4 years. Now, it is these credit hours that help impact the community college funding allocation model. And in my discussions with Larry Buchholz about how that is applied, he helped advise me on applying those community college credits for dual and concurrent enrollments with the weighted credit hour allocation amount that the community college uses to allocate funding to the colleges. So that is, I might jump around slightly, but I wanted to show you that further down here on table 3 here. Go up here. So in terms of the credit hours, so each biennia, the Community College Commission calculates a weighted credit hour to apply to the credit hours earned at each institution for all their students. Since dual and concurrent enrollment students earn credit hours at the college level, those credit hours are included within that overall college's credit hour load. And this is what my analysis estimates each college would receive based on the credit hours earned by those students. So there may be 80 or 90,000 credit hours earned at a college, but 10,000 of those are dual and concurrent enrollment students. I believe that was roughly the estimate for a couple colleges this past school year. So what it would show is that for concurrent students, the total impact for the last 4 years would be roughly $10.8 million. And then for dual students, it would be roughly $5.2 million, which comes out to roughly $16 million of impact of state aid relative to the credit hours earned for dual and concurrent students. Now on the K-12 side, I worked with Matt Wilmarth in the K-12 analysis, and the biggest challenge for this analysis is that at the high school level, the FTE count, there's some assumptions made in the model that would be difficult to parse out exactly what the financial impact is of those dual and concurrent students and the funding that those K-12 districts receive. So the example that Matthew Wilmarth, our senior school finance analyst, provided was that some students may take one course for one of their credit hours or one of their course hours, which would not necessarily change the funding for that district because they would still be considered a full-time enrolled student. They would not, they would meet the 80% threshold and above that would equate to a full-time student allocation under that model. So in short, identifying the actual funding amount that would be allocated to the districts for those dual enrollment courses taken is not a straightforward calculation. And we did not have time to get down into that detail, particularly with the new recalibration committee going on. So the gist of this is that while each system does obtain funding through their model for the students that actually participate in the program, we provided an estimate for the community colleges, but we cannot provide the like estimate for the K-12 system. And therefore, we can't identify the full potential funding for the system that is allocated or that is represented in both of their models. The last portion I wanted, that was kind of the gist of the specific request of the committee at the August 14th meeting. The additional pieces of the memo that I put in there was kind of a summary of the costs and revenues that each district experiences based on their reports to the commission. I believe one of the main points of that particular analysis is that based on reporting at both the K-12 level, the BOCES or BOCES level, and the community college district level, and let me get to that table. Oops. Here it is. I apologize. Here it is. Each district kind of, they expend money or resources to implement the program, and then for certain districts, based on their agreements, they receive direct payments from their partners to help pay for those. So in a sense, it's kind of a balance sheet of what they are trying to do to implement the program. So as shown in this table 7 that's on the screen, it shows that at the community college district level, most of the districts have shown a negative or more expenses than revenue earned in terms of their services rendered for the program. So in other words, they're spending more than, they're reporting that they spend more than they receive in payments from BOCES and community college districts. Now in the appendix of this, I did the same thing for the community or the K-12 school districts, and they also have a reporting that they spend more than they receive. Now this just goes over their direct payments to one another, but for the community college districts, I did include an analysis of of the potential funding gap after they receive funding through the funding model, and that's table 8. And it shows in general that for the last 4 years, there's a potential $3 million gap between what they expended and what they received in direct payments from their partners, plus what they would have received and what they can reasonably attribute to their funding allocation of state aid. That same analysis cannot be done for the K-12 districts, but right now the current reporting seems to indicate that both levels or both systems indicate that they're expending more than they're receiving in revenue. And that's kind of the gist of that paper. I'm happy to answer questions. It's a little dense, but I appreciate your time.
Okay. Representative Greer. I knew that was coming.
Michael, thanks for the hard work on this. Mr. Chairman, I do have one more question, and I'm a little embarrassed because House Bill 80 was my bill, if you recall, and so we brought that to deal with inflation and student growth and enrollment growth, and to have an automatic adjustment. My recollection was that we dealt, like nursing was a 1.5 factor, and a regular, like English course, was a 1 factor. And I thought the concurrent enrollment, and I'll just speak to concurrent enrollment because that's the one I'm focused on. It was 0.8. It was a different factor. So there's additional, has that been considered in this, the impact that House Bill 80 has on helping the community colleges with their funding under that inflationary adjustment scheme?
Mr. Chairman? Senator or Representative Greer, my understanding after talking with CFO Larry Buchholz is that the weighted credit hour cost that they use in the funding allocation model does take into account those different course weights. So you would have a course that's 1, you'd have a course that's 1.25, and then you have a course that's 0.08, depending on the method and delivery of that course. Now, some dual and concurrent enrollment courses, and I believe most of them are kind of a 1-to-1 weight, meaning they're kind of standard courses, either taught at the college level or the high school level, based on the staffing. But then there are some courses that maybe fall into the 0.0 or 0.8, and then there may be some more with extended labs and so forth that might be 1.25. But my understanding after, in preparation for this analysis, was that the weighted credit hour rates that Mr. Buchholz provided do take into account those particular course differences.
Yeah, Mike, I'll get with you. I didn't really answer the question I was asking, but that's fine. I'll write these down and share them with the committee. I'm looking at Figure 1, and I went through this earlier before the meeting, and I'm just curious. So one, let's go to that, and again, just focus on concurrent credit hours in 19. So it's 2019, 2020. I'm taking that to be a school year. And I'm looking at 35 credit hours. So am I correct in saying, so an FTE is 15 hours, I think? You guys have to realize I don't operate in the education world. Divide that 35 by 15, that gives me the FTEs that are then reported by the community colleges as their FTEs. Is that what that figure is telling me, or am I reading it wrong?
Mr. Chairman?
An FTE was 12 hours.
Yeah. I don't know what it is, and I'll freely admit I don't know hardly anything about education, but I do know numbers. So I just want to make sure I understand this table.
Mr. Farmer, it's a dozen.
Not a big.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So Mr. Swank, I think I got my question out. I was just wrong on some of the things I was saying.
Mr. Chairman.
Am I reading Figure 1 right, Mr. Chairman?
Mr. Chairman, Representative Greer, this figure is a representation of the tables. And I think because of the scale on both sides of here, I thought it might be a little bit easier to read, but to me, it's a little more difficult, and that's just maybe a personal preference. But if you look at these tables, so you'll see that there were, for example, in 2019, 2020, there were 5,956 concurrent enrollment students. Those 5,000 students earned 36,000 credit hours. So that would be roughly 7 credit hours per student. But so then again, that would not be a full-time student. and that would be over a year's time versus a semester's time. So there is some disjointedness in terms of how you would count that as an FTE versus, you know, a part-time student, that sort of thing. And I would defer to Dr. Caldwell if she has any other advice on that.
Any further questions by the committee? I think we're ready to move on. I will thank Mr. Swank for the hard work that he did to put that paper together for us. And I think that was specifically at my request. And so I think we are ready to move on to the commission and college's mission and priority strategic plan. And this is actually by state statute that the WCCC have a strategic plan, and so they work on it every 5 years. Every 5 years they have a new one. So, Senator Bebout.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Sorry for interrupting you. I believe that we had some public comments on the previous testimony that would like to say a few words. I believe it's Brad Tyndall with the CWC. He's our president. I'm not sure if it's him, but somebody wanted to make some public testimony. If you would allow that, I'd appreciate it.
Thank you, Senator. Dr. Tyndall.
1 second. Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yes, I wanted to make sure that Aaron Taylor had a chance to talk, but I'll provide a few comments myself. And it was related to the original item with the commission and talking about funding possibilities and general topics in general that we heard from the three presenters. And I really appreciate the really good work they do. And there's a lot of talk about different models and governance and things like that. And I really appreciate the wisdom that they brought forward in saying that there is no perfect system and it really depends. And that sounds like a very academic way of responding by not giving you information that's useful. But I think that, you know, having come from Colorado, where they had many, many colleges and a much bigger population, coming to Wyoming, where you have one university, and then you have 7 community colleges that really serve as hubs for many, many things. So it is unique. I think about all the states, and I don't think there's another case where you'll find one university and then these cultural, economic, and academic hubs that the community colleges are. And so I really wanted to, it sounds like I'm just speaking from bias, but I am very impressed with the system that we have. And there is a whole lot of coordination going on. I don't know if people realize this, but for us in the trenches, the coordinating body is more than just a coordinating body. It sounds like we loosely get together and, sync our phones once in a while or something like that. But the presidents meet through the commission, several times a month. And I think some of these meetings are more frequent than presidents with their own cabinet. And so this is a whole lot of coordination work and meeting several times a year with UW. And so I'm impressed with the system. I have been in Colorado and I was not impressed with the governance structure there. I was in New Mexico too, where you saw that was a really interesting, diffuse, and I thought that was probably the worst I've been involved with in terms of trying to coordinate and get things done. But I think there's a whole lot to say about the system. And I do think there's always improvements. I'm not one to say that, there are improvements to be made. I do think we can do more things in other projects. And I think we're up for doing those things. I know it's hard though, with cuts in funding. I know that one thing I've had discussions with Wyoming Economic Association, Cindy Delancey, about how we could get better coordination with business and industry so that it'd be easier to have, one point source of someone that business and industry can go to. And I believe it was Witchy that was saying that is something that they've started in Colorado. And I think it was it North or South Dakota, where there was a point person. And that's the type of thing I think that we can implement within our current system. It's hard though when we have budget cuts, because I believe there was a CTE coordinating position in the commission at one point in time. But as they continue to get cut, it's harder for us to do those coordinations, quite honestly. And And I've been doing my own research too on this. I was just really wondering what the state is going to do with this budget situation. And the future doesn't look so great in terms of revenues. And some research that we've done through our institutional research office has found that by and large, what you see, best case scenario, when you do restructuring and a more centralized control, at best, you'll see maybe a 1% improvement in budget, but it takes many years for that to come to fruition. And you have to invest in that up front. So you actually cost you money up front. And so the long and short of it is, I do think, honestly, having worked in 4 different states, Missouri, Wyoming, Colorado, and New Mexico, that I really think that the system that we have under the commission is a really good system. And I think our problem is funding. And as you heard from Ms. Taylor, I believe that there's things that we need to do in that regard. Yes, I do think that we have to continue to squeeze our budgets like everyone else, but another 10% would be terrible. And so those are just some general thoughts, but I do feel like it's wonderful to see that the commission, WACTI, the presidents, I think we're all on the same page. Sometimes people have said that we're not always putting our heads together as much as we should. I hope that those years are behind us. And I'm happy to say that the WACTI proposals are very much in parallel with the commissions in terms of some tax ideas and some better coordination ideas. And that's all I'd like to say, Mr. Chair, and I'd be open to any questions anyone may have.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Tyndall. Any questions by the committee? We are ready to move on. We are to the strategic plan. Dr. Caldwell. Whoops, wait a minute. We have co-chairman Bob, Representative Nicholas.
Thank you, Mr. Co-Chair. Brad, I do have a question, and I think the Joint Appropriations Committee has sent out a request to all of the agencies, and hopefully that all went out to the individual community colleges, so that when you present to us in December, January, that you outline what that next 10% cut will be and where it will be and what those impacts will be, so we understand them. Because it's one thing to say it's terrible, but on the other hand, there's been 10% cuts so far and we haven't seen a lot of blood on the streets yet. So I just think we need to understand what those real impacts are. So I would appreciate that that you're as comprehensive as possible when the colleges come and present to us. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Co-Chair. Are we ready to proceed, Dr. Caldwell?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Co-Chair, and members of the Select Committee. The Community College Commission did provide you during the August meeting the commission priorities for the year, and we had shared last year, actually during the budget process, the successful completion of the prior strategic plan, which is the 2010 strategic plan and the 24 addendum to that. We did provide the priorities and that we had a draft of the plan. I am pleased to say that the commission did adopt the new strategic plan last week. And that was not an easy task in the midst of the amount of data you see provided for you today and last time. That's taken quite a lot. And frankly, the amount of work that it has taken to mitigate the impacts for COVID-19 and to administer the CARES funds. But we have had a dedicated professional, Mr. Rob Dennis, who is our Chief Operating Officer, who led this charge. And if I may, I would like to turn it over to Mr. Dennis so that he may go over the newly adopted strategic plan that you will see moving forward in the documents provided by the Commission.
Mr. Dennis.
Thank you, Chair Senator Wasserberger and Co-Chair Nichols. My name is Rob Dennis. I serve as the relatively new Chief Operating Officer for the Community College Commission. And over the past year or so, the Commission, as well as I've led the charge in effort in terms of developing a new strategic plan. Can you all see my screen?
See your screen.
All right, fantastic. What I'd like to do is give you a little bit of background detail on the strategic plan, as well as the process and timeline that we had undertaken to develop this plan, highlight some particular aspects of the plan, and then leave it open for some discussion shortly afterwards. As Senator Wasserberger mentioned, the strategic plan is included in statute, specifically 21-18-202. And the concept of a system-wide strategic plan was initially introduced back in 1991 with the Omnibus Act, as well as it was reiterated in subsequent administration and later clarified in the 2007 Governor's Blue Ribbon Commission on Community Colleges, and followed up with the 2008-2009 Community College Planning Task Force. The first initial strategic plan came forward in 2010, and it was followed up by subsequent strategic plans in 2014 and a revision in 2018. So when we hit 2019, it was definitely time for a full review and update. The strategic plan really serves as a template, if you will, for the community college. And it reiterates what has been set forward in statute. And the strategic plan is utilized in the development of budgets prior to each biennium for the community college system. It's utilized to evaluate, approve, and retire programs amongst the community colleges. It's also incorporated into the evaluation of capital construction, and it is used to determine specific benchmarks, which are also prescribed in statute, to measure and reference the impact of the Wyoming Community College system across the state. Here's a quick snapshot of what was all undertaken specifically in the last 7 months or so with regard to strategic plan development. As Dr. Caldwell mentioned, we got a little bit of a late start because we were a little bit distracted by this COVID-19 situation across the state. So we really got our pace, I would say, back in April. Back in April, we started with reviewing and researching existing strategic plans, initiatives, and statutes that are in place across the entire state, and incorporated those strategic plans, if you will, and statutes into a pretty comprehensive matrix. And it was out of that matrix that some general themes and objectives started to emerge. And that basically laid the blueprints out for the strategic plan that I'm about to present for you, before you. And then from there, we took and developed our first initial plan draft, and that was presented or developed through the month of May, and then presented to the commission and the commissioners during a June workshop meeting. And at that particular meeting, they narrowed the strategic plan down into 4 primary goals with approximately 3, 4, or 5 related objectives towards the strategic plan and each one of those particular goals. Then that went back out for review amongst various councils across the commission and the system, as well as different state agencies to incorporate feedback. And I'll present to you those folks who provided feedback and had a chance to review the strategic plan drafts here in just a second. But we incorporated additional feedback in during the months of July as well as into August, and presented and came up with a final plan draft during the month of early September, presented that to the public generally for feedback on the website for the commission, and then recently adopted the final strategic plan last week on October 8th. This is a list of some of the folks that had an opportunity to provide impact or feedback into the strategic plan and give us some guidance. And the agencies include the University of Wyoming, the Wyoming Department of Education, Department of Workforce Services, statewide councils, task force, including the Educational Attainment Executive Council. We also presented, I might should say, to the Sustainable Funding Work Group, the WICHE Attainment Task Force and staff, as well as many of the councils and commissions within the Community College Commission, the Student Services Council, for example, the Academic Affairs Council, the Administrative Services Council, et cetera, as well as the Executive Council, which consists of community college presidents, had numerous opportunities to review these plan drafts and provide feedback and input. And then the final opportunity for feedback and input concluded on the 19th of September with feedback being received or from through the commission website. So as I mentioned, the plan started to develop and evolve and focused in on 4 primary themes, as well as we translated these into goals. And those goals include educational attainment, funding sustainability, program alignment, economic development, and they all mirror the Wyoming Community College System's mission statement, which includes Wyoming Community Colleges are to provide a dynamic, lifelong learning environments through higher education, workforce development, innovative partnerships, and civic and global engagement that lead to responsible citizenship and economic, social, and cultural prosperity. So what I'd like to do next is kind of further dive into each one of these goals and their correlated or related objectives. The first goal is educational attainment. And the beauty of this strategic plan is it's interrelated or related with strategic plans and initiatives amongst a number of different task forces across the state, as well as it's related to the individual colleges' strategic plans, as well as the University of Wyoming strategic plans. So we're all rowing the boat in the same direction at the same time. The first objective in this particular goal was lifted basically from the Educational Attainment Executive Council's plan, and it includes facilitating the percentage of working adults 25 to 64 years of age with a post-secondary degree or certificate to 60% by 2025 and to 75% by 2040. Other notable aspects of this particular goal and the objectives is it includes a strong focus on collaboration with the our partners in K-12, excuse me, in primary education, as well as working to encourage working adults to return and progress in their degree attainment. And in addition to that, with the local economic community and workforce. It also is encouraging the development of a culture here across the state to build a positive post-secondary attainment aspect, if you will. So we're trying to encourage people to empower themselves to obtain their future degrees.
And Mr. Chairman, may I jump in real quick, like?
Senator Bebout.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. On that first objective, when you say secondary degree or certificate, I'm assuming you're meaning like plumbers, welders, electricians, truck drivers, those type of people, because what I understand, what I have read is that, you know, typically 50% of the graduates from our high schools really would rather do something like that than go on to a post-secondary degree. So are you talking about, in that context, a certificate would be for those needed workforce development areas that we have in our state where we have the shortages? Is that what you're saying there?
Mr. Chair, Senator Wasserberger.
Dennis.
Senator Bebout, yes, exactly. You know, a traditional academic certificate or degree, I should say, is not desired by everybody. And everybody is looking for, or many are looking for, alternative pathways towards continuing their education beyond their K-12 or their secondary experience. So we're looking to increase either traditional academic degree or certificate training up to, so that somebody, 60% of the population has some aspect of that by 2025. The second goal that that I'd like to continue with, that the commission is trying to implement, I should say, is affordability. And that's to facilitate a community college system, sustainability, funding, and affordability while keeping higher education as nearly free as possible. You may recall that there is a constitutional stipulation that we keep education as nearly free as possible in the state. So the Community College Commission and the system is trying to keep our eyes on both affordability as well as sustainability to serve our students. The first objective in this particular, under this particular goal was actually lifted from the Sustainability Workforce Work Group's charge, and it includes the support of sustainable funding options for community colleges that result in net addition to allow for increases in costs due to external cost adjustments for both fixed and variable costs related to inflationary pressures, increased compliance regulations, and modern operations and technology. You'll also see some underlying themes focused in this area on objectives where we're trying to find the right balance between increasing efficiencies while maintaining academic quality and access. And we're also doing what we can to utilize analytics to determine efficiencies and capitalize on efficiencies, but also to enhance student outcomes. So you'll see that replete with regard to this particular goal and the objectives so close tied to that. The third program goal has to do with program alignment, and that includes facilitating alignment of post-secondary programs with UW, workplace, and workforce, providing a seamless pathway for Wyoming citizens to their future endeavors and to the benefit of the state. We want to try to eliminate any and all barriers that we can towards including or that may limit those to achieving their attainment goals. So one of the focuses in this or objectives in this particular goal is to align programs within the state, region, or locality to meet the needs of both the local student population, but local industry, and evaluate local gaps that may exist and identify programs and develop programs that meet those particular gaps. We also want to review programs and avoid unnecessary duplication in programs, yet meeting the educational needs of those local students and local citizens. And in addition, we're looking for opportunities for consortia where the community colleges can work together to provide programs. One good example of this that was recently implemented, but is kind of questionable right now due to the budget cutbacks, has to do with the Wyoming Works program and the commercial driver training program that was implemented between Northwest College, Eastern Wyoming College, and Laramie County Community Colleges. And then we're looking to expand access to education through providing unhindered pathways towards degree or certificate completion. The fourth goal really centers around economic development and the facilitation of initiatives leading to the diversification and growth of Wyoming's economy. These objectives include continually evaluating the community college program offerings and encouraging those that lead to economic diversification, and then leveraging partnerships across the state between the colleges, industry, and businesses to build our workforce. So we're looking to partner with a whole array of different entities to facilitate initiatives that would strategically attract, develop, retain, and advance a skilled, technical, and scientifically oriented workforce. So that's just a quick run through and overview of the recently adopted strategic plan. And Mr. Co-Chairs, I stand ready for questions.
Questions by members of the committee. Senator Bebout.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. A question on when you went out to the different groups, and I looked at that list that you had, and they were all academia related, whether the university or community colleges. Did you go out to like the business community, any of those groups out there, the Taxpayers Association, Business Alliance, Stock Growers, any of those to get their input as to what they think a strategic plan for our colleges should look like in Wyoming?
We did go out, Mr. Chair, I'm sorry. Yes, we did. We went out to the Wyoming Development Council, for example, the Wyoming Business Alliance. And we did provide copies of the draft plan to them for their input.
Further questions by the committee?
Mr. Chair?
Senator Anselmi Dalton.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Mr. Dennis. Where are we at now with respect to the 60% and 75% goal? And how are our states around us? I mean, I suspect back east, maybe it's higher, but I'm wondering how, where we are and what the other states look like in that kind of degree certificate goal.
Mr. Chair? Oh. Go ahead. I'm going to defer to Dr. Caldwell, if I may.
Line to Dr. Caldwell.
Mr. Chairman and Senator Anselmi Dalton, it is in the low 50s for the state of Wyoming. And one of the concerns is we've been one of the only 3 states where we've been going not the direction we wanted to go. And this is why it has been a state priority and why the council was put into place, because very clear evidence, particularly from the Center for Education and Workforce out of Georgetown University, Lumina and Strata, on the connection with post-secondary educational attainment and economic diversification and vitality of a state. So that we will be putting together the whole sequence of monitoring and metrics, and we will do that for the Community College Commission in consultation with the Attainment Council. And we believe that Lumina is, or they have indicated that they are going to help us build that out. They're very interested in Wyoming moving forward.
Other questions by the committee? I think we're ready to move on to funding allocations. And I don't see anybody set up to speak on that issue. That is Dr. Caldwell. Dr. Caldwell.
Yes, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee, I'm closely watching at the time. I'm going to provide some high-level points and information. And then I want to talk just a moment about the impact of the budget cuts. And then, if I may, I would like to turn it over to the presidents that are on right now so that they can share a little bit. I know in the last meeting in August, we talked about the funding allocation model. And you got to see a little bit about the dual and concurrent. So your attachments 9, I believe it's 5. I'm looking at to see if I can see Michael Swank's face so I can get these right. Attachments 9, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10 are the documents with the information you requested. And I will tell you that's about 200 pages of worth of pulling apart the data and information in various ways so you could see it through different lenses, including the cost for outreach that is there by college, by outreach location. And so I'm going to try to condense this, and then we can answer any specific questions you have and then turn that over to the colleges. When it comes to the funding for the colleges, it's not a secret that there was already an erosion of the budget from 2015. We had shared that led to the sustainable funding work group, as I had shared, and that was about 53.8 million. Because within House Bill 80, which is, I think does a very good job in many ways of allocating the funds, but it assumes a flat dollar even across the variable costs versus the fixed costs. And then within that, we do have the performance metrics in there. It just doesn't have any cost. It doesn't have any management of the inflationary pressure. So going into this year, we were able to really document the 53.8 million in the budget. And you could see a little bit of that through the many different things that we've talked about. And you could see that even in the dual and concurrent. With the recent, the first 10% cuts, which you have that document what our level 2 cut were, we did have the commission meeting on June 22nd where they took action. And then what was finally moved forward with the recommendations for the colleges was about a 22.6 million additional cut. And then to Wyoming Public TV is about 350,000, which is quite significant in the total impact. And then when we should we go forward with the next 10%, of course, that will essentially double that amount. We'll have another step 3 recommendation that we'll make, and then we'll see ultimately what impact that, how that lands. I will tell you the impact to the colleges is severe. It is significant. And I heard a comment about that, that we haven't seen much pain. And I will tell you, I've seen much pain for sure. We have 3 of the colleges that have claimed financial exigency, which is a very specific term related to accreditation that puts them on a financial warning. So they get monitoring after that. The colleges use various structures in how they would navigate that within how much they had in reserves, for example, and could they bridge for a year, because they have requirements around how they can even take cuts. For example, they can't immediately cut an academic program because they have what's called a teach out requirement. So you will see the impacts become much more apparent over time. And then I will tell you on the second 10% cuts, they will be significant for the colleges and very significant for Wyoming Public TV. And we will go into detail for this for joint appropriations. Nonetheless, the 200 pages, I just tried to condense a whole lot so that we would have time to get to Dr. Tyndall and Dr. Travers to talk about their specific colleges for a few examples, and then we can follow up with any additional information and details that you might have. I recognize that you have another agenda item for us after this one, and then another agenda item after that. So I'm trying to be very mindful of time while still giving you adequate detail and information.
Okay, questions by the committee? All right, looks like we are to the best topic of the day, which is the last topic of the day. Dr. Caldwell.
Well, Mr. Chairman, I was hoping I might be able to turn it over to Dr. Tyndall and Dr. Travers, just so they could give you specific examples at their colleges.
No.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I believe I heard my name. Yes, I have stories of woe to share, and I think that the colleges haven't been as good as we need to be. Especially Mr. Co-Chair, I realize that, you know, for JAC, we need to do a better job, and I think we've lined up a better docket of explaining our situation. So I don't know how much you all want to hear, but I do want to paint the picture, because typically when anyone is cut, they say, "Oh, woe is me, and please don't cut me more." But for legislators, you need to know, what does that really mean? What does that really look like? And so if you just allow me a minute or so. So what this looked like for us with the 10% cut, we had 3 recruiters and now we have 1. And so you're eating your seed corn. We are down 2 custodial staff. And so we have a way of measuring cleanliness standards. There's a national standard, and how often you change trash cans and things like that. So we've dropped down a standard, and that's really unpleasant to even think about. Cut half of an institutional research position, 2 IT positions, which starts, this is when you can't get the level of service you need to fixing a computer in a classroom. Makes you really nervous about security issues. And if I had a magic wand, I would give the commission office a computer security expert, because The level of hacking and things going on is ridiculous. But we've reduced 2 IT staff. We've one facilities maintenance, people who keep the HVAC and other things working. Got a disabilities coordinator, our only disabilities coordinator, and that's huge. And this is, well, how do you stay compliant with national laws and things? Well, you give it the job to somebody saying, you know what, other duties as assigned, you're also going to have to try to do disabilities. And they'll say, it's not really my background. I don't know the law. I say, start doing some research because someone has to do it. So it's added responsibility. A new cosmetology program, expanding, we cut one of those positions. So you're trying to grow and start something new and you take a step back, cut a library position, and libraries aren't very sexy, but people need help for doing their research. And probably the biggest poster child of cut was we have been very proud of our startup intensive. And so that's that program that we just expanded to Fremont counties, just started to expand it across the state with UW, and had a conversation with the new president, and was very embarrassed to say we have to cut this program. And he said, yeah, but we had so much more work to do. I said, well, it didn't pencil out. And so the 2 staff members for that were in Jackson, and they worked with the Silicon Couloir, started over 80 businesses, and we had about a 76% success rate of business startup after 5 years, which is miraculously good if you look at how new startups just fail left and right. So it was a really, really good program, but the way things have to pencil out for us is if we have to just, cut something that it doesn't bring in sufficient revenue, our tuition was $99 a credit. State reimbursement for this level 1 kind of regular classwork was about $100 per credit, like 103. It varies a little bit through time. So basically, I have to have a program pencil out, and it was a great program. But there's no wiggle room anymore. And so we're at the point now we're cutting good programs. And business startup is critical. It diversifies the economy. And it's a crying shame. And with commitments to try to expand it, but I'm saying if something isn't penciling out and we're getting cut, I have to cut whatever the loss leader is. There's no wiggle room. There's no greater calculus of what's better for the state of Wyoming and what's the better benefit to society and things like that, saying, I just got to cut. My budget is being squeezed. And so what happened recently is we lost 2 positions to K-12. We've complained before that our wages are low, and it's just a fact. I'm just telling you the truth that you get paid more in K-12 without even a master's degree than we pay to be a college professor. My wife works for K-12. She has a master's. She theoretically could work for us, but she would take about a $12,000 cut. So we've been trying so hard to push agriculture, and then the person figures out saying, I can make more for K-12, and boom, we lose another ag teacher. We've been pushing hard for a meats program, meat processing, pushing hard, and we're grateful for the state for the Wyoming Works program, and we need more of that. And what happens is they look at your salary and they're saying, are you kidding me? What, $40,000? That just doesn't pay for anything anymore. And so we've had 3 failed searches. We finally hired somebody. She came out for a while and it just didn't work out. And it's not enough salary to really, unless it's everything perfect and rosy at $40,000 a year, you can't keep somebody. So she said, you know what, this is too complicated and you're not paying me enough. And so that's our reality when you think, and so we have no cost of living increases, no raising salaries above K-12. And what the next 10% looks like is even worse because there's no superfluous, if you will, or extra recruiters to cut now. Cut to custodians. How dirty do you want to go? And so you're saying, well, what program can we cut? And you look at the ones that the state in its reimbursement formula, House Bill 80, doesn't incentivize to keep. And so I say this at my own peril because I don't want to get news out to people who are worried about their jobs. And so this is why we don't communicate very well, because we don't want to announce to the world what's on the chopping block. But with a little bit, hopefully with some discretion here and no press in there, in my hope, we're looking at cutting possibly business and industry training. We don't get reimbursed for those non-credit trainings. We have 315 clients from the Catholic College, both tribes, to every kind of business and industry you can imagine where we do training, either new businesses or existing businesses. And we have another stellar program, frankly, a signature program that's had national and international acclaim, that we're looking at it and saying, I don't know if we can do this. And I don't want to say its name because it's just, I'm worried about kind of the word getting out. And, but this is frankly where we are. And so it's not, just trying to complain, but then you look, of course, you start piling on and saying, we have to pay a higher percentage of the health insurance, and we pass it on to employee so they don't get a cost of living. They have to pay a higher percentage of their health insurance. We can't retain good people. And you're saying, this does not look good. Even if you have a great idea, and we have some great ideas for programs. You're going, yeah, but who are you going to get for $40,000? I mean, how's that even supposed to work? So that's just my situation. I know that Dr. Kimberly Dale at JAC, she has a story of woe that makes mine look minor. And I know she plans to share that. But that's enough of my woe, because I am very happy to be in Wyoming. I think there's great things that we can do, and I am undaunted, and I will continue to fight for education in the college and the state. And I do recognize the hard budget situation we're in. But if you have any questions, I'd be glad to try to answer them, Mr. Chair.
Okay, questions by the committee? I guess Senator Bebout.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Brad, thanks for those comments. And I understand those tough decisions you have to make. And typically what you would see, at least in my world as a businessman, when you have these shortfalls, the revenues aren't there and there's nothing. I can't simply go out and raise the amount of money I charge for a service I provide. I have to live within my revenues. And what we do typically is we reduce salaries, or we reduce a different type of program. And it's hard for you to reduce salaries when you're already way under the gun, not only by K through 12, but you look at our university and I look at other states, what their universities are doing. They're asking for 20 or 25% cuts of people that make more than $200,000 a year. Well, you're not in that category. Our university is, of course, but we don't see that happening. That's another story for another day. So have you looked at some programs? I mean, they're also important. And it sounds to me when I listen to your cuts, they're important people that are there, but they're not where the big dollars are. They sort of maintain the process and the system rather than looking at, as painful as it might be, unless we can come up with a better formula to fund you, which obviously I've said all along that I think you're on the low end of the scale compared to K through 12 in our university. Have you looked at programmatic or different areas as your board of trustees? And I should have been to some of those meetings, haven't been. I do know one thing that I was critical of is you expanded sports a year ago, and maybe you ought to reconsider that one particular sport you did, although that might have been a Title IX situation for community colleges. I don't know the answer to that, but you're facing the same thing the other 6 colleges are, and maybe if the people, and by the way, the other thing I would say too for everybody is Riverton is struggling right now. We've struggled in the past because of our dependence on minerals. And what has really helped our community has been Central Wyoming College. And they helped those other communities in the state. I know it's the same in Powell, David, where you are. I know it's Gillette right now, Mr. Chairman, where you're going through some tough issues. LCCC is a little bit isolated because of the state government there, but certainly Torrington and over there in Sheridan all have the same situation. Our community colleges are so important to our communities. Really hate to see those cuts made there. And it's the same with K through 12. So programmatic reductions, some of those areas, have you looked at that? This was sort of an editorial comment too, Mr. Chair, I was making, so I apologize for that.
Mr. Chairman, Senator Bebout, thank you for that great question. In terms of sports, we've analyzed this very with a fine tooth comb. As you all know, I'm PhD in economics, and I love a pretty spreadsheet. And so when we did the analysis on sports, it was very much saying this thing has to at least break even, and actually they do. And so our strategy, let me give you an example. Our cross country coach is our groundskeeper, and so in our scholar set we provide for sports aren't that much. And so in conversations with Dr. Tribally, his sports program was very expensive, and it enhanced the college's brand, and it created a lot of entertainment. People enjoy watching games, especially in that beautiful facility in Gillette. But for us, frankly, it's kind of an old gym, and we have people who we don't pay enough. We are a starter program for coaches. Definitely not where you want to end up. You don't get a full-time position. You have to do other things in the community to kind of survive. And so ours do break even. And there's actually, so by cutting a sports program, we'd be further in the hole. And so what we do when we recruit, and we do this analysis once or twice a year, we count how many students we have and whether they brought somebody with them. So what we do is we need to see a positive net gain, and we got the spreadsheet, because I'm saying I got to cut. And if a sports team hurts more than it helps, then it becomes on the chopping block, and they know that's the standard. And so unfortunately what that means is it's not an intramural program, but it looks and feels a lot like an intramural program. And so, we have, I think, given the resources we give to it, I think we do well, we perform well. But we're not one of the, I hate to say this, but typically not the team that has all the banners of all their victories in their gym. And so we have, Senator Bebout, looked at sports and programs. In fact, we have a very comprehensive spreadsheet also for all our programs that counts everything from the FTE, enrollment, efficiencies. There's a red flag process where certain classes aren't making enough. We shift the curriculum to be more efficient. And I feel like we've milked the heck out of everything. And largely, a lot of that work, I was in the trenches myself. And so at the cuts in 2016, we eliminated every program that was not in the black except two. And those two programs, Native American Studies and Archaeology, we had donors to subsidize the program to bring them into the black. And so there's not much left to cut anymore, to be honest with you.
By the committee, I would like to point out, and correct me if I am wrong, but community colleges have gone through a 10% cut, as have all government agencies. And the governor has let it be known that there is another 10% coming. No matter what this committee does, it's not going to change that 10% cut. So that when we go back into the session in January, or if we have a session in January, the total cut for the community colleges will be 20%. And Dr. Tyndall, I hate to kind of put you on the spot like this, but what are these next cuts going to look like to you?
Thank you, Chairman. Well, I mentioned cutting the stellar program, and I don't want to say its name out loud because it's not, the cut hasn't happened yet. We're rushing to try to get industry funds. We're literally calling people and saying, it reminds me a little bit with the Gillette community, someone rushing and saying, well, a $500,000 check, cut it. And of course, we're looking for ongoing funds, but that's where we are. So there's one program that I don't want to say that is so tempted to say, I already mentioned one, I shouldn't have said, business and industry training. For a community college not to do that, to me, it's almost shameful to be like the only college I've ever, and it's one of those things as a president, you think, I can't believe you'd cut that. And so a stellar program that we have that it serves to a great extent the minerals industry. And you're saying, but can't you wait till the minerals industry bounce back? And you're saying, how? We have to make a cut here. And so we're trying to make a rush to try to see if we can get some funds to keep that one alive. But like I mentioned, business history training, the stellar program that does some service to the minerals industry. And those are the most painful, but there's also more custodial staff. And I hate saying these things because everybody's worried about what did Dr. Tyndall say, but I just don't, I'm just being honest with you. I don't know what the easy thing to cut is. So we've talked about, well, can you not mow the soccer field as often? And it sounds ridiculous to talk in those terms, but if you're going to cut another groundskeeper, that's it. We have done the analysis of cutting Jackson loose, but there's just so much potential there. It would be so, frankly, stupid for the state not to take advantage of having a reasonable campus in a community that has lots of poor people, but it also is high profile for the state, and it could have really rich outdoor programs. And remember, we have our Alpine Science Institute where we do all sorts of great things. And so we've analyzed, cutting Lander loose. What would that mean? I mean, but the community I would be running out of town on a rail, but we've done analysis for shutting down Lander, shutting down Jackson. And I think what we'll do instead is we're just going to, I don't know. You can imagine, what do we cut? Another recruiter and have no recruiters? Less money into marketing, that's cutting your seed corn. In general, that means cutting programs that have such great potential. It's a crying shame. It's not strategic, or cutting more things that help attract students, such as marketing. And I don't want to say much more than that, Mr. Chair, because these are difficult times and these are real people that hear these things.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Tyndall. Any questions by anybody on the committee? I think, Dr. Caldwell, is there one more person you would like us to hear from?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Co-Chair, and members of the committee. I believe Dr. Leslie Travers from Eastern Wyoming College is on.
Mr. Chair, members of the Select Committee, I just have a couple of quick stories about our cuts and how they've impacted us. So when the first 10% came on, we'd already eliminated 15 positions in 2015, and we're kind of running on empty, but we chose not to fill 7 full-time positions that we were going to be looking for. And then we cut a dean position. A couple of those positions were really pretty important positions, but you get to the point where you say, okay, we're going to have to make these cuts. We had a part-time security officer. We no longer have security on the campus. But the interesting story really is we had this CDL training grant, and we were really excited about it, and we'd hired a person, and those cuts came out in the newspaper. And before I could even introduce him to our board as a new employee, he resigned because he was concerned about the state of Wyoming and the state of affairs in Wyoming. And so, it's kind of funny. The joke was, I have a CDL, and the joke was, well, the president can just, take over that training program. So that was kind of the joke for a while. I didn't find it real funny, but anyway, so we found a person, we found a guy, and next week we're having our first meeting, our advisory meeting. We've got a lot of businesses that are very interested. And we look forward to providing some CDL training in Newcastle, Sundance, Douglas, Hewlett, Upton, as well as our other areas that we serve. So we're pretty excited that I'm more excited than most that we have a CDL program and that we're going to get that rolling, literally. The next cuts, really, we're looking at cutting overload. The sad part about that is that when you cut full-time faculty members, somebody has to step up and take those additional classes. And unfortunately, adjunct pay is not good. So I've always said with adjuncts, you kind of get half of what you pay for because that's not their full-time job. So we're doing a lot of adjunct work. We're looking at cutting some scholarships. We're looking at employees contributing more to their retirement. We are looking at a slight raise in fees, in housing, and in meals. And the one thing that we cannot cut is our custodial because of COVID. We've had a couple of COVID cases where our custodians, bless their little hearts, at 19, 20,000 a year, they go in, they clean those buildings, they get them ready, and so that we can get those students back in class and back training again. So, it's 6 of one, a half a dozen of the other, and you just make some real tough choices. We cut our student success coordinator. That's our person that really works with our students that struggle. And we also cut our housing coordinator. We have 2 residence housing halls, and we have one person in housing along with RA students to assist. So we're running on a shoestring and a prayer, but we're going to get there. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Questions by the committee? Dr. Travers for that. Appreciate your input. And we are to the very last item on the agenda, which is programming, courses, services, students, and placement. And that goes back to Dr. Caldwell.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Co-Chair, members of the Select Committee, I'm going to turn this over to our Deputy Director, Dr. Ben Moritz. This is in his wheelhouse in terms of the programs, the offerings, and then where the new programs come in. And then he just did a comprehensive presentation for the commission last week on the recent, actually over the last 5 years, he's going to correct whatever I just said, on the number of programs that have been eliminated or put on hiatus at the colleges. So with that, if I may, I would like to turn this over to Dr. Moritz.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. And thank you, Dr. Caldwell. I think one of the big takeaways, and I think this dovetails nicely with the comments from Dr. Travers, Dr. Tyndall, and Dr. Caldwell in general, is that the colleges are very market driven. And that is, and I know that that speaks to many of the members of this committee. There's a lot of business people here, and I know that everyone knows what it's like to face challenging times and make those difficult cuts. And one of the commodities, you might say, of the colleges are the programs that are offered. And just as there are programs that are added on a regular basis, and those are added almost always in response to local industry needs, because that's what the community colleges do. They respond to their community. They respond to the needs of workforce and industry. We just participated in the Next Gen Sector Partnership Academy. The colleges are very closely linked with those initiatives. And, if you talk to Dr. Dale, you'll know the first thing she'll talk about is the Trona mines and all the needs that they have there. So they're very responsive to that. And so a lot of the new programs that you hear about are coming from that, such as CDL. But just as importantly, they're constantly pruning and removing programs that are not penciling out, to use Dr. Tyndall's expression. I always defer to economists when it comes to that. And so in the past 5 years, we just did a review for the commission so that they could learn more about that, the commissioners, that is. And on average, about 60 programs are eliminated across the state in a given year. Those fluctuate. Sometimes a college will not eliminate for a couple of years, and then they will have a large scale analysis of what they're offering and does it still meet the needs of their community. And then there'll be 60 or 70 from one college. That just happened when guided pathways were implemented and some under enrolled programs were identified. So just as programs are added, they're also removed. And the process for doing that is very different from the process for getting those approvals done. And I think that's another thing that's worth mentioning. If a college wants to add a new program, according to statute and according to commission rules, they first of all go through an intensive internal process where department chairs are talking with their faculty and vetting those. And then it's going to academic councils. Then it's going to the president's office. Then it's going to the board of trustees. After all of that, then it has to come to the commission, and it goes through a program review committee where we take advantage of the data that we have across the state, and we say, well, does this data really pan out? And then it goes on to the Academic Affairs Council, where all of the other provosts, academic VPs of the colleges, review this, and they're asking the same questions. They're saying, have you looked at ONET? Have you looked at all these other areas? And then it goes to the Executive Council, and finally it has to get approved by the commissioners themselves in one of the regular meetings. So it's hard to get a new program. That's the takeaway there. To remove a program, the colleges, it's purely up to the colleges. They let us know as information items. We are not pressing them to keep any programs that are not a good fit for them. And so it's difficult to add. It's not so difficult to remove. And the output of that cycle is that there are about as many programs in 1 year as there were 5 years previously or 10 years previously. It tends to balance out. And it's very likely that over the next 2 and 3 years, because there is some lag, that the number of programs offered may in fact go down a little bit more. But those offerings, the good news is that hyper-competitive market environment means that the programs that survive are those that have high enrollments, and the ones that have high enrollments, it very closely aligns with the needs of industry, because our students are highly savvy. They don't go into college and say, I don't know, they want a job. And so they're talking with their advisors, they're talking with the community, they're talking with their parents, and they're talking with perhaps employers who said, you don't have the skills now, but if you go to our local community college, we worked with them, get this certificate, and then you can come on over. So as far as the programming is concerned, it is, I would just say, very market oriented, and it's also very dialed in. Most recently, I think about, I don't remember the exact date of the LSO request, but we submitted a report that lays all this out and lists every program that was removed and every program that is currently offered. And I know you all have that. And I also realize that it's right after 4:45, so the last thing you want to hear is me read through long lists. If I can answer any questions, or if I can point to any other documents that might be able to help you out, I would be happy to. Mr. Chairman, is there anything else I can provide on the topic of programming in academic and certificate programs?
Thank you, Dr. Moritz. Any questions by the committee? Any questions on Zoom? Any further testimony on these topics?
Mr. Chairman, we do not have any, sorry.
Dr. Tyndall.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to add two minor but very important things that I neglected to mention, is that we have implemented furloughs already on our campus, and it's tiered in a kind of the more money you make, the more furlough days you take. So I, for example, I'm taking 10 furlough days, and it's an 8% salary cut. And that's true also for most of the cabinet members, and it tiers its way down. And so that's an important thing to list to kind of show you where we are. And I mean, realize furloughs are a bridging process, but we're trying to manage the pain, if you will. And so I did want to mention that. I think I might have another point of similar woe, but I wanted to be a little comprehensive. So thank you for letting me add that little point, Mr. Chair.
Tyndall, we now, Michael Swank. Mr. Swank.
Mr. Chairman, I just wanted to let you know we have no one on Zoom for public comment.
I think we're closed for the day. We are now to committee directives. And I have Representative Eric Barlow here to speak today. But what I would like to say to the committee is, and I don't have to tell the committee this, but we're in a crisis. And Management Council has assigned us to do a job. The job is not a pleasant one, but we must solve these issues and propose legislation for this next session. And so I feel like this committee has all-star legislators on it that have examined this issue many times for Senator Bebout, maybe 30 years, for me, 20 years. And so I feel like we have the best people who can do that. And so one of the things that we need to do is try and address every one of these funding issues. We know that those issues aren't going to be popular, but nonetheless, they must be addressed. And I don't believe Management Council told us to propose a bill that's going to get everybody to vote aye on it. What they told us to do was propose solutions that probably only 31 votes in the House and 16 votes in the Senate are going to be able to vote for. So let's carry on. Let's make our directives. I would like to remind the committee that there are no votes today, I don't believe. I don't know why there would be. There would be votes after we have written legislation at the next meeting or the meeting after that. And so let's go ahead and let's get this hashed out. Let's put all the chips on the table. Let's do our best work. Representative Barlow.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. I appreciate the opportunity to kind of close out your day, and it is the end of the day on a Friday. So I'm going to abbreviate my comments pretty significantly. Core issues, I think you've been listening to them and hearing about them all day. Funding, sustainability and equity, and governance. You've heard that governance issue at several different levels. Certainly there are priorities and all, but I'm going to skip down to what I think some of the legislative things that I'm going to respectfully ask this committee to consider taking up as a bill draft, and I'm going to suggest there's 2 bill drafts based on the subject matter. So the first one is the bill draft about Title 21. The good chairman said there were some challenges in Title 21, and I just want to point out maybe a half a dozen that I think would assist in getting us through a phase of seeking more complete solutions to our community college challenges. The first one is, I think we've heard about it several times, is service areas. Efficiently delivering services in our different regions of the state and how that's currently laid out. I'm going to respectfully suggest to you that that might be a role for county commissions to play a part in. County commissioners are elected bodies, particularly within the service areas. So service areas, they do not have a district, which district by definition is at least a single county. Those adjacent counties, if the county commissioners had a role in that, I think that would serve us well. Second thing is I think there's a place in that same discussion to talk about an expanded local support within those non-taxed areas, the service areas, those counties adjacent to a district that are being served, how we can get some support coming from them. Campbell County would be one of those communities right now. But we have limited options in current statute to participate and to support the valuable community college system that we have but even our own community college, even our own campus, without just direct appropriation from the county or city government or some other entity. So I think that if we can come up with some suggestions for those 16 counties, whether it's a standard 1 mil that the county commission gets to direct toward the service, the community college that they choose as their service, and maybe an optional second one, which is something that the districts already have. So we're actually emulating something that's in existence with that second one. So I would consider those. So a community, let's say Campbell County would have a 1 mil that's automatic. Commissioners would say we're going to have a service district with this community college, and we can add a $0.5 mil or whatever we want to give full support, local support, tax support to the community campus here. That'd just be an example. I think the other thing is, and this is relative to my community, because my community, when we talk about tax revenues, ad valorem particularly, is very industry dependent, our mineral extraction industry. So we have to be cautious about the 4 mills that we've talked about and getting state support, et cetera. So I think if there's an opportunity to maybe at least allow another local option, maybe in sales tax or something else, so a community could say, look, mills are not appropriate in our community, and that generally those extraction industry heavy, resource heavy communities. I think we should have an opportunity through Title 21 to look at that. We go back to the third concept. Right now, tuition is being set uniformly across the state. Maybe we should have a model where tuition there can be some variance for quality, for whatever you think it is for your community college, that you can adjust it. You can say, you can do plus or minus 10% or 20% of whatever the base level is based on it. We have that for fees already. It doesn't make any sense that we wouldn't do it for the entire package, so that the student component can be maybe a proper percentage of this third, ideal third. There's 2 more things in the Title 21. I think that we keep coming back to this, there's talk coming back to this component where the college district has to be accredited. Actually, the educational program has to be accredited. The college district is a body corporate. It's a governance structure. It's a statutory thing. It's the educational program that must be accredited in time. And statute currently allows for services to be contracted for. I would like that to be clarified, that also the educational program can be accredited for. And that would allow this transition, if Campbell County were able to go forward, that they could contract for services from another community college district, and those be provided in a proper manner. So I think I think that would help clarify some of this ambiguity that you heard about, saying, well, can we really do this? HLC says, the Higher Learning Commission says you can, but let's make sure that Wyoming statute also is clear about that ability. And I think that's something that could be taken on. And the final thing is, I guess for the attorneys in the room and those of us who are not aspiring attorneys, is if there are ambiguities in statute that we're trying to rely on AG opinions that we can't find, let's actually have a discussion about those issues and clarify them so that we don't have to rely on opinions that we're not even sure exist. And I know that sounds a little coy maybe, but I guess that really bothers me, that we seem to be getting hung up on these type of things. And if there are those type of things, whether it's the one we've spoken about or other things, let's just bring them to the table. So those are 5 things. So my respectful request would be for this committee would be request 2 bill drafts, certainly based on whatever you want. I gave my several suggestions, but the Title 21 adjustments that I've mentioned, and there's good ideas and very respected members of the legislature and policy people on this committee that can add others and take away some of my suggestions. That'd be one bill, the Title 21 adjustments. The second bill would be the authorization of a district to be approved by the legislature. As you heard in the beginning, we're in a process right now that goes, it'll be before the commission soon. If the commission decides they approve the process or disapprove, there's still a report provided to the legislature. And the legislature can take action on that report one way or the other. If the Community College Commission obviously approves the district formation application, then we would be ready to have it. We would have a bill ready to do that. If they don't approve it for whatever reason, we would both have a bill ready and be able to examine the wheres and why nots, and then if we wanted to adjust statute to say that part of the process didn't make sense, we would have both opportunities. So those are my two requests: Title 21 adjustments, and then a bill that would codify that a new district could be formed. And the reason I take that second one and elevate it to this level in the process is there hasn't been a community college district formed in the state of Wyoming since 1968. And there has not been one formed since the legislature put that requirement in. So I would like, with your direction, our staff to be working on what that actually means and how that would be drafted up. So thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd be glad to stand for any questions.
Representative Greer. Questions for Bartle?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Representative Greer has questions for his, Roy would call him the floor majority leader. I'm also curious, as I listened today and in our last meeting too, regarding, and this is a sensitive subject, I know, but the overall efficiency of the commission. You know, when I hear you go through a long, drawn-out process to stand up a program for a series of colleges that are geared to be nimble and address community needs, that bothers me, quite frankly. And I know some of this goes into that area that I know very little about, but that's the accreditation of the programs and those types of things. But it seems to me some efficiency in that area needs to be addressed, or at least looked at by this committee as I listened today. And I didn't know, Mr. Majority Floor Leader, if you had any thoughts on that.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. So the Community College Commission, of course, is a creature of statute. It's something the legislature put together. We laid out what their duties are, including the setting of tuition, including the review of programs, et cetera. I think it's absolutely a good time to look at all levels of this governance, both what the legislative expectations are and the deliverables. Are we getting timely deliverables? If to go back to something that was just testified to, is it takes a long time to get a program in, but it's going to be gone overnight. How does that fit into our strategic plan? How does that fit into the 5-year strategic plan? And so I do think there are some things that we should be examining about how those things are rolled out. I'll go a step further, I have a lot more notes, but we had a discussion about invest in efficiencies. How about we just demand efficiencies? How about we just say, we need efficiencies. You need efficiencies because we have limited resources. And so sometimes spending money to save money, but how about we just save money by saving money? Finding the most efficient ways to do it through the commission, through our colleges, et cetera. So I think that there is opportunity for that. You know, what level of how deep you want to go into this first section or this first chop at the block. I think this is a multi-year. I'll also say this, and this is part of my notes, is I think we're in a transition. Because we're allowed on ad valorem taxes and we see those cycle over time in our collection system and everything, we probably have 2 to 4 years to get this figured out really well. Let's take those first steps. Let's continue to work for those efficiencies. And then hopefully, like I said, a budget cycle or 2 out there, we have built a system and understand the system well enough that it's sustainable and has equity and provides the services that our communities and state needs. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Representative Greer.
Well, Mr. Chairman, this format's working well, so I'll ask another question of Representative Bartle. Again, maybe as we talk through this, and I have difficulty, and always have, with every community college needs to be all things to its community. You know, I know when I think as an employer of where I want my instrument tech to come from, I want her or him to come from Gillette. Same way when I look for a machinist, I'm looking at Sheridan or Gillette. And I'm sure employers have those different views out there for whatever they're doing. The online education with what we've just experienced over the last 9 months, you know, we saw a program that I heard didn't do anything. But then I heard what I always hear since I've been in the legislature, but we need a lot of money to be able to stand that up and make it work correctly. I don't understand why, if you're taking an English course, a freshman level English course, and you can't fit that into your time slot, why can't you go online and take that class with someone from Riverton, Rock Springs, Laramie, or Cheyenne, and fill out another class and serve that? So I don't know, those are the types of efficiencies that I think exist in today's world. And yeah, what I'm hearing, I may be the only one hearing it this way, is, oh yeah, we're looking at it, but we've got other things we're really worried about, and we don't have the right platform for it, so we need a lot of money to stand it up. Guess I'm just asking you if you had anything in your notes on that.
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Majority Floor Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I'll read you verbatim what my note says on this subject. Can there be some level of competition between our colleges? Should every college be everything to everyone? Does our system drive us towards centers of excellence? And I think that's what you're getting to, is how do we better focus our different campuses and our different needs in our state and around our communities are all unique. And our community college should be able to reflect that and maybe serve a broader audience, but let's be experts at what we do. Let's do what we do well. And I agree 100%. Like I said, I tried to be abbreviated, and either Representative Greer has a copy of my notes or we've on the same wavelength at the moment, but there's more there. I'm just saying that I think there's things that we can do. I think we can take this incrementally, and some of the things that I laid out there, I think start us down that path, and then we can start hopefully seeing results. Requesting results and then receiving results, and we can get further down the line.
Okay, further comments by the committee?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman.
You're muted, Mr. Chairman.
I'm not sure what happened to Senator Bebout, but he is, I can see him, I can see his eyes blinking, but I know he wants to testify, but I'm not getting any sound.
That's because I haven't said anything yet, Mr. Chairman. But I'm getting ready to. And Mr. Chairman, I really appreciate the discussion between my two House colleagues. You know, and you know, a couple of things that I would think about, and Eric, you did a good job of putting that together. I look at what we're trying to accomplish, first of all, to see it through, and that's the course equivalency between our community colleges and the University of Wyoming. I think that should be on the top of our list to continue in that effort. We have this issue, we've talked about it for years, of where, you know, and Representative Greer, you said it so right, and so did Representative Barlow, is we can't have every college being everything to everybody. And I can remember years ago where there was a good nursing program in one school, so we did another one and another one and another one. And I'm not saying that Central should be the nursing school or LCCC should be, or all that, but it seems to me that we're doing a lot of that that's duplicative. And maybe in these kind of times, we ought to look at that and sit down and have a good discussion. I know Western is doing a great job in the processing plants and oil and gas and those kinds of things. And so there's a way to make this work for all of Wyoming. LCCC, you know, I've talked to the president down there about some programs that are really important in terms of healthcare that I don't think any of the other community colleges provide. And so that should be a center for that. So I'd love to see us move in that direction. I don't know how you do that statutorily. The flip side of that is that's something I would have thought the commission would have been doing. Hasn't happened. And so you sure have to have a discussion about the merits of a commission and what they're doing. And nothing against the commission, but maybe it's time to have a broader, bigger governance board or something. We need to have that discussion. Not saying it's the way we go, but we haven't talked about that for years. So I think we need to have that discussion. In terms of the revenue side of things, I I can remember when we did the statewide mill levy in 1988. And the reason it failed, and Representative Barlow talks about it, is because of the impact on minerals. And I still think the flip side of that is the other counties that have the benefits of the college should be paying something. So I'm in favor of looking at some way to have those other counties pay if they are in a partnership or relationship with each one of the community colleges in the state. And I think we have to move in that direction. I think that's something that makes a lot of sense to do. As to the, another college district in Campbell County, I think we should move forward with a bill draft, but there's some caveats, Mr. Chairman. And one is we've got to solve the issue of the 4 mills. And it's just not right that my county pays 4 mills and Campbell doesn't. We have minerals and all of that. And so how do you sort that out? That's a big issue for you all to discuss next year. You have the other issue on the terms of BOCES relationships, where some utilize a lot of it and some don't. There's an issue there. You have the governance issue, and I worry about what might happen to Sheridan. I understand the answers that came through, but I think this is worth pursuing. But there's a lot of unanswered questions, Mr. Chairman. And if you don't come up with a bill and start it, you'll never know the answers and you'll get nowhere. And I think Campbell County has stepped up and made a big enough effort in the way they've handled the capital construction that they deserve a chance. And so I think that's a bill that we could work on. I think the bill on the mill levies, that we can figure out a way to deal with that so you don't have 7 community colleges charging 4 mills and Campbell charging 1. There's a better way to do that. I don't know the answer to that. So I think you have to look at those kind of things, look at the overall governance. There's a lot of different things, Mr. Chairman. I don't know what you and Co-Chairman Nicholas want to do about how we do this. What we've done with the JAC is we put together a smaller group to take different items. There's a lot of stuff on the table. Maybe you want to do that. I'm not sure. Are we having any more meetings this year? I think we ought to move forward. If we just do all this talk about it and do nothing, we defeated what the management council wanted us to do. And that's to come up with solutions rather than just kick the can. I'm sick and tired of kicking the can down the road. We've been doing a great job of it. We ought to start somewhere. And community colleges are so important to our state. Why not start here? Thank you.
And Senator Bebout, that was well said. Representative Freeman.
I would just like to reinforce a lot of stuff that Senator Bebout said. But one of the things that I think we have to remember is that we have community colleges. And when we think about, it has to be not all things, but big things to our communities. Nursing always comes up and says, why do we have nursing facilities or nursing programs in all 7 community colleges? Well, all seven community colleges are in districts that need nursing. And we in Sweetwater County, we lack nursing. So to rely on a large nursing program, and I'll pick on CWC since they're here today. One, how are we going to get people from Sweetwater County to go up to Riverton? And 2, how can we get them back? And I think that we have to realize what's going on with that. I've been in the legislature for 10 years, and I've been afraid to talk about the mill issue because I don't have an answer. But I think it's time that that we, particularly on this committee, but in the legislature itself, we have to tackle that problem. It's a political problem. And now it's a funding problem, because before, when I was a trustee, it was political. It wasn't money. But now it's money, and it is political. And I don't want to create a system like we heard at the very beginning of the program, to where that you have 6 or 7 different kinds of ways to fund things. We do not have the economy of scale in Wyoming. We have very small colleges and we have very large colleges. And when I was a trustee, I was the president of the Trustees Association, and I was a perfect person for that. Because if we went to the legislature and we asked stuff for small colleges, Western got a little bit of that. If we went and asked for something for the big colleges, Western got some of that too. but most people are not in there. You know, I don't know what it is now, but I remember just Casper College and LCCC together outnumber everybody else. And do you have two separate systems with that? I don't like that idea, but that was proposed 10 years ago. I don't think we should rush to judgment, but boy, I think we should have some sort of legislation that goes forward to where that we can have these important conversations. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, further comments by the committee? Dalton, and then we will go to Co-Chairman Nicholas.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just quickly, I know we talked about in the first meeting about the fact that they have these satellite, and I'm not sure their technical term, but satellite offices, say in Jackson and other places that don't pay any of the mill levies, Evanston, things like that. And that seems a little bit unfair to me too. And I don't know how you address that, but if we're going to do something, I would be interested in saying that should be resolved while we're at it. Thank you.
Mr. Co-Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Co-Chair. So I kind of like to shorten up and see if we can't call this thing to a close. I concur with every speaker we've had so far. I would propose that we move forward with a draft bill in its general format. There was a bill that was put together by a legislator last session that I've shared with Senator Wassenberger that I think we can craft into a bill that goes in the direction with some of the details and components, perhaps addressing part of the Campbell County issue along with it, and the mill versus sales tax component or other option. I like the idea of moving forward with Title 21 bill addressing the ability of the legislature to designate a district and to make sure that that this thing doesn't get locked up in a bureaucracy and that was stretched out over time, so it never happens. Campbell County is a wonderful example of how one county out of only several in the state have funded Wyoming for a long, long time. And they'll be able to fund themselves and perhaps some more through a community college district. And not only do they deserve it, but it will be a great addition to our system. And so I think we need to move forward with that. I also think we ought to look at and kind of narrow down some of the dual and concurrent enrollment data and figures. I have that dovetail with the capital, with the school finance funding side of it, so that we're fully educated on making sure that that we're financing it and we're not doubly financing it one side of that, but also address it in a way that makes the most sense. And so in general, I propose that we take the comments we've had from everyone here. We could either put together a select committee, or the chairman and I can come up with the proposals and kind of fine tune them, and we circulate them over the next couple of days or we can just vote on moving forward with what was proposed today. But I think on all fronts, I'm in favor of moving forward on it.
Okay, any further comments? I guess I would suggest the one thing that I think is important that we have not discussed is that when we have a community college district, they levy 4 mills, and then they have one more mill that they can levy by vote of the board. And I think, and I believe that we should make that mill permanent and then allow one more, which is optional by vote of the board. So essentially, instead of 4 mandatory mills, it would be 5. And I think that would fit within the Title 21 suggestions. And once again, committee members, there are no votes today. We're going to write some legislation, and then we will have the opportunity to amend it or change it and vote on it. Representative Greer.
So I was trying to think of this, Mr. Chairman, and I know our LSO staff is really burdened, but it would be useful to know, and I know this data is there, but what a mill is equal to in each county, and I've seen that, information, and I may even have a book with it in somewhere. But just so that we can see what effect that would have all the way through. And so if we were to do, in essence, a statewide 1 mil that funded community colleges, that was by every county, and then if you added another mill in those counties that have satellite physical presence on site, how would we go about doing that? So just if someone I'm a one-page guy, give me a one-pager with some numbers on it so I can work through it.
Okay, I would ask LSO to, I know they already have that information.
Yeah, I requested that. That's been requested and I had it from last year. and
Michael
so
Swank, Mr. Swank.
We have that down.
Mr. Chairman, I believe at the August 14th meeting, the commission provided its latest estimate of what 1 mil would be, the equivalent revenue would be for every county. I can forward that on as additional detail follow-up to this meeting, but that was provided in August.
Thank you, Mr. Swank. I think I can actually list them off the top of my head. I know that Campbell County is essentially about $4.4 million per mill and $4.2 million per mill. And then I think we go next down to Sweetwater County, which is $2 million. And then we get all the way down to Eastern Wyoming Community College, which is a whopping $200,000. And I believe that Sheridan County, they bring in right at $500,000 a mill. So essentially 1 mill, 2 mills in Campbell County equal 4 mills in Sweetwater County. Statewide, our total levy for a mill would be 22 million, 20 to 22 million, depends. Every year the assessed valuation changes, goes up and it goes down, depending upon our economy at the time. So that's kind of a quick rundown. Senator Hicks.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, just a couple of things, and I think we need to do a little more examination when we look at taxing authority and for education. And if we don't take a hard look at and reinvent both the K through 12 through the junior college system, as it relates to both BOCES and BOCHES and their taxing authority, I think we're not looking at the full puzzle here. And that's a piece of the puzzle that I think this committee is going to have to look at. Maybe that's something to take on in the future, but you know, those districts have taxing authorities. I can just tell you, I see duplication of effort. I see duplication of administration, at least in some of the programs around the state of Wyoming. And I think there is a whole bunch of efficiency in funding our entire education system, K through junior college, that we have to take a hard look at those two programs and their taxing authority too, and how that dovetails in with the community colleges and the K through 12 programs. Yeah, the only other thing I had, Mr. Chairman, that I was wondering on, and I've asked Michael to email it to me, but I just wonder with the Management Council's charter of the responsibility of this committee, and I just want to make sure that sponsoring, even dealing with the development of new community college districts was part of that directive. I don't remember.
Senator Hicks, I have those directives right here. If you,
okay,
I can read them to you if you'd like.
Just email them, please.
Okay, I will have Mr. Swank do that, but it appears to me that would be within our parameters. Okay, any further comments by the committee?
So I would add one more thing. Part of what we're doing is with the idea of number one, having everyone have skin in the game by adding a mill or a mill and a half or whatever to counties outside of the 7 community districts. It's also modifying it so that there's less reliance on the general fund, and because the general fund is not going to be able to continue to fund community colleges in the way that we currently fund them. And so we're using this as a mechanism to address that issue, as well as a sustainable funding. And so it may be at the end of the day, 2 years from now or 4 years from now, they're not going to have more money. They're just going to have a different revenue source and less out of the general fund. And they may still have to take a 5 or 10% cuts from what their budgets are today. And that's just a question of where we're at financially in the days in front of us. But this is the time to do it. And so I'm looking forward to the task in front of us. Thank you.
And I believe Senator Bebout.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, I was going to touch on that as well too. What Representative Nicholas talked about. You know, early on we heard a third, and a third. I'm not sure we can ever get to that, but as we move forward and looking at the importance of our colleges in our state, I still think you need to get away from the being so reliant on the state for the funding levels. And then of course there's ways to do that. And I'd love to see the local percentages go up as well as tuitions and this whole package of situations. And I think if we're going to look at mills and do that on the tax side, we ought to look at other things locally and how we do it so we get a balanced approach. And otherwise it'll never sell. It'll fail before it gets started. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman?
Representative Freeman.
Going along with what Senator Bebout said is when I was in my old job, I went to a lot of school districts and said, boy, we would really like to start up this program. And the program had merit. But the problem was the college didn't have any ability to raise the money to start a program because there are startup costs and facilities requests. So when we think about going forward, I think that the counties that don't have a resident campus in their facility, they could tax themselves to come up with something to where that they can have a CDL program or they can have a welding program or something along that line. I think that we have to give the non districts the ability to put some flesh in the game. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, thank you. Any further comments?
The only other thing, Mr. Chairman, are we having any?
Ms. Mumford.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just wanted to clarify with the select committee that because they were created by Management Council, they don't have the authority themselves to sponsor legislation. So any bill drafted will be just a recommendation to another committee. And just want to be mindful of that when we're talking about the number of bill drafts and the timing, that we can get it to a committee in time that they have enough time to vet it so they could make a motion to sponsor.
So ultimately, our direction is to present this to Joint Appropriations and to the Joint Education Committee. But ultimately, we could, as individual members of this task force, sponsor these bills by ourselves. Correct, Ms. Mumford? Yeah. So in a little bit of a different area, but that's okay. All right. Any further comments by the committee? At least for me to go back and clarify what we're talking about. Essentially, we talked earlier about writing a letter to the Attorney General and asking him to clarify the statute. But what I am hearing the committee say is that we should write the statute to clarify what we want. Because quite frankly, what we're saying is not unconstitutional. It's our own language that is causing this issue. And so that we should write the statute so that people understand it, so that you can read it and know what it says. Is that where we're at?
I think the answer is we do both.
Are there any further comments by the committee?
Mr. Chairman.
Representative Greer.
And it'll be of Chairman Nicholas of Appropriations. And I know I should know these numbers, and I apologize, but we had so much information I couldn't get through all of it. Is what general fund target are we trying to achieve? So, and this ties in with what Senator Bebout said as well. So we're looking at proposing taxing our citizens, okay, because that's a political lift, we know that. and is for a greater good that most of us believe. What amount of the general fund are we trying to offset? And so I heard Senator Bebout say we should shoot for that target of a third, a third, a third. But as I look at the numbers for a mill levy, as we discussed, what am I trying to hit? What's appropriations looking at? If Chairman Nicholas is in a position to say that.
Mr. Co-Chair.
I don't know if we have a specific number. If you take out the 7 community college districts, then 1 mill, I forget, I think it's around 12 million. Does that sound right, Michael? And so, but I would say at the end of the day, if we're talking about 10% cuts, we're talking about maybe 20% cuts. So I think we're looking in the range of 10 to 20% off of the watermark of funding that we've been coming from the general fund, which was roughly what, 260 million? What's that number?
Mr. Chairman, could you explain that last question? I didn't get that.
Oh, we're trying to figure out what one mill is for the 17 counties that are not there. And then overall, if we cut 10% off of the general fund for education, then how much would that be on a biennium, just for creating targets of how we're going to reduce funding off the general fund?
Mr. Chairman, I just sent you the whole committee, the mill levy equivalents, and the 1 mill for the 2019 valuation for the non-taxed counties would be about $15 million. And then in terms of a target, currently, I believe I'll defer to Dr. Caldwell, but the current general fund appropriation of state aid is roughly $230 million to the colleges.
Yeah, and that's a biennium too, Michael.
Mr. Chairman, that is correct.
Comments by the committee?
I believe it. Mill levy is annual.
Right, so it's
Okay, so
30.
we're starting to solve a problem.
Right.
Okay.
A little bit.
Yeah. All right, thank you.
It's not getting us there completely.
Yes, annual.
Well, yeah. and-
Okay, further comments by the committee?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, a little bit too what Representative Greer's talking about, and I would agree with my co-chair, we don't have a specific number, but what we do know is that there's no way we're going to make all the cuts appropriate to deal with this issue. And of course, we've got to have everything on the table, and I think we're going to be talking about it as we get closer, and as at least the co-chair of the JAC, I've got no problem on us looking at whatever bills you want us to look at and give them a full hearing and see what we can do with them. But that number will come out there, and I think anything we can do to diversify that funding model for colleges is going to be beneficial and to get us off the state, because there's no way we're going to be able to deal with this if we don't somehow come with other funding mechanisms for a community college. So this is a good start.
Further comments by the committee? Co-chair, how do you want to close it out? Mr. Co-chair, you're on mute.
Muted me while I was muting. I think we've given enough general direction to Michael to come up with tentative bill drafts. And what I would recommend is that Mr. Co-Chair, you and I sit together and we'll kind of put this into a boilerplate 1-page synopsis, and we'll circulate it just to make sure we're on a consensus. And then we'll also circulate a timing for what we'd like to see, and then the possibility of one more meeting before we're done when we get some bill drafts out there.
It's that time. Do we want to go ahead and schedule a meeting? When would be a good time? 21.
For me, it'd be February, Mr. Chairman.
I'm free after January or December.
December 3rd.
We're going to, at this point, I think it's a great suggestion. Let's leave it to be determined. When we get the legislation written, we will get it distributed, and then we will pick a date. But it's going to be tight. Okay. Any further public comment? Meeting is adjourned. And lastly, I'd like to thank the members of the committee, but also LSO and the Wyoming Community College Commission, everybody that's been involved in this meeting. It's been a long day. It's on a Friday. We've worked very hard. There was all kinds of information that we had to read prior to the meeting. I just have the utmost respect for you folks, and I hope you have a great weekend. We are adjourned.
Thanks, everybody.